Hello there, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. Man, I slept for like 10 hours after puzzle night. Puzzle-a-thon, puzzle-a-thon. Bink. And I realized I didn't get to play around with the terror zones. And we have a new frickin' puzzle that we gotta figure out. The gem all seeing. That's right, buddies. We solved one puzzle, which in turn led us to another puzzle, which in turn led us to another puzzle. How many puzzles must a man go through? How many puzzles must a man go through in his life? He doesn't need to go through every one. Why do we have so many puzzles in our way? Well, that's okay, 'cause we're gonna do the puzzles anyway. That's right, puzzles. We've got the puzzles. Don't tell us what to do, 'cause we have the puzzles. Gonna transmute gems and stuff. And that's just what I'll do, 'cause I'm a transmuting some gems for you. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Bing, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. That's right, we got the jemmies. Oh, the jemmies, can't you see? Sometimes the jemmies just mystify me. I got so many jemmies in my jemmy ways. I don't really know what to do today. Except them jemmies need to be transmuted. Yes, the jemmies taking up all my space. Jemmy lemmas transmutes. I'm gonna jemmy everything you see. Jemmies. Yeah. Jemmies. Yeah. I don't really see why crafting gems in the terror zones would have any effect. It's based on your character level, not the area level. I mean, the items that the monsters drop will be high level stuff. Because the M level of the monsters, you know, like if you get a ring or an amulet or something that drops from one of those monsters in these zones, it's a very high I level because the monster has a very high M level. Other than that, there's really not a lot more to it. Other than that. I don't have those mods pinned by. If you want to see my gear, I'll show it to you, I guess. I've got a crescent moon on. I'm running dual dreams. I've got a rather nice crafted amulet. Some gore riders, raven frost. Pretty close to perfect string of ears. A very nice dual leech amulet with all resistances. Laying of hands, principal armor. Combat skillers and some very nice plus max damage. Faster hit recovery gear. A lot of intermediary things. A very nice Annie, almost perfect. It's a 19-20-10. It's only one off of perfect. And a 317-19 Hellfire Torch. 3-7-19-10-10-10. Ooh, a ring. I like rings. Rings are good. Rings are nice. You put them on your finger. Rings are nice. The ring is terrible, we throw it on the floor now. Ring is terrible, we throw it back on the floor. Nobody wants that stupid ring. Put it right back on the ground. There's no odds on the torches. It's just 7 torches, 7 possible chances. There's no odds really. It's pretty like 100% sure it's even on all of them. Or you could say it a different way. Let's say it a different way. Let's say you are a paladin who wants a torch, and you want that specific torch. Okay, you have a 1 in 7 chance of getting paladin torch. It's not a very good chance actually. 1 in 7 is pretty bad. If somebody told you you had a 1 in 7 chance of living, you probably would be like, "That's some pretty crappy odds. I don't like that. I'm gonna die." And they're like, "But you could live. But 6 of us are gonna die." Right? Now, if you're a druid, you got a 1 in 7 chance of a druid torch. If you're a necromancer, you got a 1 in 7 chance of a necromancer torch. It's crappy chances. You have a 6 out of 7 chance of getting not what you want. I have a grief. I don't use it. My grief is on my other hand. It's used specifically for smiting. That's it. That's the entire purpose of it. I don't want the grief on this build. It brings down my damage overall, which is not what I want. The grief is not the optimal damage item for this build. It's actually a pretty good grief too, isn't it? What is it? 359 is not too good. The gem all seeing. Yeah, the negative 35% enemy lightning resistance is key for this build. Because when Conviction breaks a monster that's lightning immune, you need to be able to reduce their lightning resistance further. If you don't reduce their lightning resistance further, then you're not really doing very much damage to any of the lightning immune monsters. It's the same thing with the Sunder Charms. If I was doing lightning damage and I just put a Sunder Charm in my inventory, it doesn't do me any good because all that I'm going to do is break the resistance of the monster. I'm not actually going to be able to kill them at any near effectiveness. But with the Crescent Moon, I can break them down further than they would otherwise be. So, you know, a monster who is like 120% lightning immune, my Conviction brings them down by 30%, which brings them to 90, but they're still relatively unkillable at 90% resistant. The Crescent Moon then brings that 90 down even further to 55, which brings them within the realm of easy killing. The Crescent Moon is definitely by far the superior choice for this particular build. I can't put lightning facets in my helmet because I'm wearing the Dream. I can't put lightning facets in my shield because I'm wearing the Dream. I can't put lightning facets in my armor because I'm wearing the Principle. So lightning facets are basically outright, and there's very few other items in the game that have negative enemy lightning resistance. I mean, Zeal is only a method to deliver the lightning damage. It's not really that. I mean, as you can see, it's base 1. Base 1, base 1. I mean, I have 20 points in the Fist of Heavens. That's where my real meat and potatoes is. I'm gonna switch myself over to the other side. I don't like being on this side. I keep getting in the way of all my cool stuff. Can I ask you what to level with as a sorceress, leaf, and fire, or something different? Generally, as a sorceress, your main issue is not really damage. It's more or less having enough mana to actually cast your spells. I mean, are we talking about a character that you have, like, you're going to twink out so that she's just, like, absolutely amazingly overgeared? Or are we talking about a character that you're just going to level up, like, solo self-found? I mean, solo self-found and, like, twinking out your sorceress are, like, two different things. Low-level sorcs do really well with plus mana after each kill equipment, and some very nice plus mana after each kill equipment is things like the Lidless Wall or the Eye of the Walrus, which both have like +4 to +5, I think, mana after each kill on them. They're absolutely excellent for low-level sorceresses. A lot of people sleep on these, but that +4 to mana after each kill is insane, especially if you combine it with other mana after each kill items, like Silkweave Boots, and various other really cool things. Honestly, Lidless Wall is still, I think, one of the best shields you could put on a frickin' sorceress. Even over Spirit early game, because the +4 mana after each kill is better for the sorceress than a lot of the other effects that the Spirit shield has. Later on, definitely put the Spirit on over the Lidless, but that's usually because you've fixed your mana issues by then. Have we determined that Terror Zones and P8 will be great for going to 99? There's nothing to determine. That they're 100% better than Bale runs. What happens at higher levels is that monsters don't give you EXP anymore. Okay? So if I go to Frigid Highlands right now, let me show you my EXP. So my EXP currently is 342,854. Okay? Alright, so that is my EXP right now. I'm gonna go kill Eldritch real quick. Okay, this is Eldritch. I'm gonna go kill Eldritch. Alright, so that is a full elite pack, right? So a full elite pack brought me from 2,881,342. Sorry, 2,881,342,845 to 344,000. No, that didn't get up. 238. All right, so I went up, what, 1,400? So like 1,400 EXP for one pack of monsters. All right. Now let's go to one of the terror zones real quick and let's kill a pack of monsters. This time let's kill a pack of monsters inside the terror zone. And I'm going to show you the difference in the EXP gain that you get between a level 99 pack of monsters and the basically random flotsam that floats around the world. I'm trying to think if there's a... We can kill Rockanishu's pack if I know where the doodad is. Let me see if I can just kill Rockanishu, though, because I want to make sure that I give you guys an accurate representation here. Alright, so here's Rockanishu's little group. There was a little bit more monsters in the other pack, so let's kill a couple of the monsters around. Alright, so we've killed just a tiny little pack of monsters. Is the zone still in here? I'm not even paying attention here. Tristram. Oh no, it's Tristram. Okay, so let's go ahead and write down our new number here. So 344, 932. I was about to say that didn't seem like enough EXP for a level 99 pack. They weren't level 99 because the terrorized zone swapped while I was talking. All right, so let's kill Griswold and let's kill this one skeleton pack right here. Okay, so we killed Griswold and one skeleton pack, and now look at our EXP. We are now at 380,037. Okay? The difference between one pack just randomly throughout the world and one pack in the level 99 zone is ridiculous. I literally went up... What is that? You know, let me break out a calculator so I can get a more exact number. So we went from 342,845 to 344,238. Okay, so we only got 1,393 EXP for Eldritch. All right, and for one elite pack in in a terrorized zone, we went from, let's see, minus 344,932. We got 35,105 for what? Griswold and 1 elite pack. Okay? If you divide 1,393 into 35,105, you are talking about 25.2 times. 25.2 times the EXP, okay? Now, why is this the case? I'm going to explain to you why. Eldritch was a low-level monster, okay? He's not a high-level monster. Level has a lot to do with how much EXP you get. The reason why at a high level you farm Bale is because Bale is a high-level monster. You farm Diablo because Diablo is a high-level monster. But all of the monsters around Diablo are garbage EXP. They have low level. They are not high enough level to actually give you a good amount of EXP anymore, because once you reach a certain level, you start getting huge penalties if you're attacking monsters that are lower level than you are. The Terrorized Zone guarantees that the monsters will be higher level than you. And because they are higher level than you, they're going to give you good EXP where no monsters before could. Bale, Diablo, and Neelathak are the 3 highest level monsters in the game that are easily farmable. And Bale, Diablo, and Neelathak are basically the only ones that give you EXP past a certain level. The Terrorized Zones are literally the only other place in the game at this point that is easily farmable and can actually give you EXP if you are past a certain level point. So, yes, they are definitely going to be faster than killing Bale, because the waves don't even give you EXP past a certain level. A lot of people don't know this, is that when you level up your character high enough, the Bale waves stop giving you EXP. You don't get any EXP from Lister the Tormentor. You don't get any EXP from the Pit Lords, from the Act 2 wave, from the council members. You get EXP from nothing. The monsters in Uber Tristram are level 110, but of course they're not easily farmable. You would have to gather together a huge number of key sets, and eventually, you know, yeah, you could maybe, like, if you gathered like 10 or 20 key sets, you could do those, and you could try and farm those like all day. I mean, it's just not repeatable. But they are level 110, and that does make them give you good EXP. Uber Diablo is also, I think, level 110, and he gives good EXP as well, but it's just not really, like, sustainable if you're trying to level up your character. What's up, Yannick? How's it going, man? What do I propose you should do with a jewel? A rare jewel that is 5 min damage, 7 strength, 30 fire resistance, 11% damage taken goes to mana. That's actually not bad at all. 30 fire res almost makes me think you should put it in an Andariel's Visage to counter out the effects of an Andy's Visage. I wouldn't put it on a Merc though, because the damage taken goes to mana is good for players. Obviously not Mercs. I think an Andy's Visage would be a good place for that. It would balance out the fire resistance on the Andy's Visage and give you some other nice effects in the process. Obviously, it seems to be leaned more toward a melee character. Melee character, specifically. So a melee character who's going to be using Andy's Visage. I mean, if you're a lower level character, there's nothing, you know, you can't level up to in the game. Like, the regular area levels go up to level 85, and level 85 areas have monsters up to level 80, was it 87, 88? It's plus 3, right, for elite packs, and plus 2 for champions. So like just the elite packs go a little bit higher. But thing is as long as you're not that much higher than the zone that you're in, you get good EXP. Okay? If you are that much higher than the zone you're in, you start to notice that you're going to get insanely less EXP as you level up. So right now I'm level 96. Okay? So what's the level difference between level 85 and level 96? Somebody help me out, because you guys know I'm terrible at quick math. Come on, you know I'm terrible at quick math. I'll probably say something like 30. There you go. It's 30. So 11 levels. So after 11 levels, I stopped getting EXP basically in 85 zones. I currently no longer get EXP from basically level 85 monsters. Like just level 85 monsters. So the plain monsters in those zones, nothing. The champions and elites still give me EXP, but it's not that much. It's been diminished quite heavily. And as I level up, if I get to level 97 before ladder resets, you will notice that the champions will no longer give me EXP, and then eventually the elites will no longer give me EXP either. It's a vicious cycle with this game. I don't even know why I'm bothering killing these guys, because none of these guys are giving me hardly any EXP at all. Like it's like 50 or maybe like 75 per monster. What's up, Pet Peeve? How's it been going, man? Glad you like my videos, sir. Does the Valkyrie from Harmony disappear when you switch weapons? It did when I tested it. There's a video. I have a video up with it. It seemed to not want to persist when you switched weapons. Also, does the Heart of Wolverine charge follow you? Wisp projector persist after? No, none of the summons persist after the game after the game is over. Except for Iron Golem. Iron Golem is the only one that does that. No, just answering a question. Somebody asked if the Terror Zones were better EXP than Bale Runs, and I had to reply with a emphatic yes. But I also wanted to explain myself, you know, that Bale Runs are probably still going to be better for lower level characters. Like if you're like a level 70 or like a level 80 character, you're probably going to still get better EXP in Bale Runs. But, I mean, that doesn't really mean a whole lot. I mean, those levels are easy. They're easy to come by anyway. Like anybody who's leveled up before, you know, like up to level 80, like at the very minimum, let's just say level 80. You guys all know that it's not that difficult to get to level 80. I mean, I bet you I can just pick a random person and I can ask, and I guarantee you this one random person in chat will already know the answer that I'm gonna ask. Here, I'm gonna pick somebody. Let's see, somebody who's been talking. Benny Vang. That's right, you, Benny Vang. What is the easiest level to get to that is the highest level that you can think of? Like, if you were to level up a character, like, what's the cutoff that you feel like is the level at which things become difficult at the highest point that you can achieve? I mean, you guys are close. 90 is close. In my experience, it's been 93. 93 is like the cutoff. Like anything past 93 becomes too difficult. And that's, of course, not saying leveling 93 to 94. I'm saying leveling 92 to level 93. So once you ding and you hit 93, that's when things become very difficult. 94 is even more difficult than 93. 95 is extremely difficult. I know, because I'm literally still on 96. And 96 is even worse. Honestly, 93 is like the hard cutoff. Like, once you hit 93, you really start to feel that it's just not easy. It doesn't take that long for you to realize that you're going, like, in the early levels you could get like maybe 2 or 3 levels a day, right? Like in the 80s, you can get 2 or 3 levels a day, maybe even 4 or 5 levels a day. And then when you get to the 90s, you're like, okay, well, it's taking me like a whole day to get to 90. And then it's like 2 whole days to get to like 92. And then by the time you get to 93, it's like a freaking half a week. And that's just casually, you know, playing bail runs, trying to level up your character. Like, it's not like you're hardcore, like that's all you're doing all day long, but... Ugh, don't get me started about P8 solo. One of the things that I think that they should do, and this is a very... I feel very strongly about this, is they need to take away the EXP bonus completely from running P8 by yourself. I think that is just one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. There should never be something like that in the game that forces you to play by yourself if you want to get the best EXP. It's just stupid. Did I just sell that armor and it had the modifier on it that I love? Oh man, I don't want to buy it back though. The host is the determiner for the level of the monsters, yes. However, being too far ahead can also have issues. So if you are really low level and you're in a area that has level 99 monsters, you're gonna get less EXP because they're too high level. Basically, you get penalties for online. Or, sorry, you get penalties for having too high of a level, and you also get penalties for having too low of a level. I don't think it's like that severe for the small distance between like a level 70 character and a level like 99 monster, but it's still going to be worse EXP than fighting on level monsters that are like, say, 7 or 8 levels higher than yourself. 97 is not the max, it's 99. So basically how it works is it's +2 of your level up to a cap. The champions are +4 of your level, and the elites are +5 of your level. I mean, they're technically not releasing it only on ladder, Joseph. Remember, all ladder items at the end of a season, roll over to non-ladder. So at the end of this season, all of those Thunder Charms are going to filter their way into non-ladder. Every single one of them. You could even like tap one of your friends on the shoulder and be like, "Hey, I know you don't play non-ladder. I know you play ladder. When ladder's over, I want your charm." And he'd be like, "Okay, sure," because he don't care. He's just going to delete his character anyway when ladder ends. Speaking of that, ladder is about to end. Season 1 anyway. Alright? So let's talk about that for a second. What can you do to take advantage of that? Ye of little faith. You guys and gals out there who are in non-ladder characters that don't play ladder, one of the things that you can do is hop on ladder at this point, and you can start collecting items on a character, on a ladder character, to take with you. Ladder-only items, like mist rune words. You could collect other items like the plague swords. You could collect sets and upgrade them, like Death Sash, Death's Gloves that can't be upgraded outside of non-ladder. You can upgrade them in ladder and take them with you when the ladder ends, and those characters will roll over, and then you can take all that equipment off and put it on whatever character you want to put it on. This is a pretty common method that non-ladder characters have been using for a very long time to get their, get their cool stuff. We're on to jail now, huh? Why is that one not updating? I don't know why my chat is just like not updating. It's pissing me off. I'm gonna take it off the screen because it keeps like freezing and then it's just taking up valuable space for no reason. Clone is coming, alright. I mean, I'll kill him. Doesn't take me no effect. The other day when we were doing frickin' terror zones, he spawned in the middle of the council and I still kicked his butt. Ooh, I love jail. Jail's got lots of ghosts in it. This is going to be a good one for farming runes. And these ghosts, when they're terrorized, can drop every single rune, by the way. If you guys... If you guys want to join me, by the way, I am in GGM_terror4, and I'm going to be changing, obviously. I'm going to keep rotating. I'm going to keep rotating that number as much as I can. I mean, you don't necessarily have to join me in the terror zones. You can come in and magic find if you want to. I'm strong enough that I can clear most content by myself, so I'm not really too worried about like the difficulty spike from Players 8. If you want to come and join me, you're more than welcome to. We confirmed that monster level was bumping up and affecting the item drops back when it was in beta. We kept looking around basically for items that only drop in higher areas, and it was very obvious that we were looking at an increase in the drop rate for the items.
Not here.
I can't remember what it was. I think it was like a Berserker's Axe or something. We were in like jail level 1. Jail level 1 is a relatively low level zone. It's like level, I think it's like A level 70 something. And Berserker's Axe only drops in like A level 85 zones. So you can't farm it in like stupid zones like jail, and it dropped in jail from one of the monsters. Now, one thing we haven't confirmed, which I really need to maybe work on today. In fact, you know what? Let me buy 2 sets of keys because what we're working on is like clickables. And remind me, just in case I forget, what we're going to be checking is we're going to be looking at the clickables. So we're going to be clicking on all the clickables in the TZ zones, and we're going to go over what drops out of them. And we're going to see if anything drops out of them that is a higher TC class than what could potentially drop in this area normally. It's been a big question of mine is, does the chests, the clickables and things like that, also get upgraded, or is it just the monsters? So like, if I'm kicking a barrel and a Berserker's Axe pops out of a barrel, then I'll know for a fact that the clickables are in fact affected. You confirmed it yesterday with a TC-87 from the rack in the tower. Alright. I mean, not to doubt you or anything, but I do want to see it with mine own eyes. Star Wars reference. If you didn't get that Star Wars reference, then you are not a Star Wars fan. You are not a Star Wars fan. 16, it's always 16. Didn't I type in the password? Yeah, I did. 16. Password's always 16 unless I'm trying to keep you guys out. Okay? If I'm trying to keep you guys out, then, you know, it'll be something else. Alright, I'm pulling up the treasure class list, though, because I do want to check this out in case something sweet falls. Oh my god, this website has so many ads. You ever open up a website and, like, the number of ads on the website is, like, so insane that you can't even see the website anymore? Like, that's how I feel sometimes with some of these websites. You open them up and it's just, like, immediately... You're like, oh, okay, I guess I just won't look at anything on the website because it's literally covered with ads to the point where I can't see anything. Clickables! Some more doojanks over here. What's this? Wee ee 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 ee. Protector shield. Protector shield is nightmare, right? Exceptional. Yeah, that's a low level. It's TC 48. I think can drop anywhere. I can do anything you can do better. You can do anything better than me. I know you can. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. Whoa, 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 Charles. Don't be spying my drops. You keep your man off you keep your eyes off a man's drops, alright? We ain't got time for you to be all up in people's drops. Calm it down, Charles. Fun factoid for those of you who follow me on a regular basis. I have a light. A smart light. It's a light bulb. And the smart light bulb has a name. And his name is Charles. And all the time I would be like, okay, Google, turn Charles on.
This came back from a search.
Look here, ma'am. I wasn't talking to you. I hope I activated all your phones. Have I ever lost a hardcore character to an exploding barrel? No, I have not. Battle branch poleaxe. Is it ethereal? No. 'Tis not. What appliances are smarter than you? Well then. What kind of appliances do you have? Spired helm. Yeah. Not a single base item that's higher TC class props yet. Nothing. Anyone else ever feel like Whirlwind should have sped you up a little bit? I mean, you're a freaking Whirlwind. You would think you'd go faster, not like, I don't know. It just doesn't, it doesn't feel like Whirlwind goes fast enough. I feel like if they bump the speed of Whirlwind up a little bit more interesting. Is this hardcore? No, it's not hardcore. I have too many distractions in my life to play hardcore. Too many distractions. You know what hardcore is for? It's for people that have no distractions. That's what it's for. It's for people that have no distractions. Yay, old undistracted ones. Have you seen my Sanic the Hooge Hag, Groovin' Eddie? Have you seen my Sanic the Hooge Hag? I feel like you have not seen my Sanic the Hooge Hag. Because if you have seen Sanic the Hooge Hag, you would not ask that question. Sanic the Hooge Hag is the fastest creature on 2 legs. No other can beat Sanic the Hooge Hag. Do you know Dewey? Alright, next. Ding, ding, ding. What's up, Pat in the chat?
Not here.
How the hell did jail levels so close together like that? Well, thank you, Coyotes. I appreciate it, man. We're gonna be having a lot of fun soon when latter season 2 starts. This is only just the beginning. We're gonna have tons of people online. We're gonna have ladder groups running. It's gonna be a blast. An absolute blast. You just wait. Your eyebrows are gonna singe off your forehead, but you're gonna be happy that it's happening. You're gonna be giggling. You're gonna be like, my eyebrows are gone, but I don't care. I think they should just bump up the density. I don't understand why they don't. Just bump the freaking density up. Just bump the density up. That is the key. Don't. I mean, if anything, this game would be considered a little bit too easy by those who are, you know, higher level characters. I don't think any of us are asking to make the game easier. We don't need to make the game easier. Bring the bump density up. Put 18 million elites in our path. Make it difficult. Freaking add conviction to every monster for all I care. Yes, barrels. Oh, the Grand Train. It's too bad we can't check the eye level on that. Blocking my door. Look this. make the game harder for our PC to run. I don't think monster density is going to have much effect on that. You're talking about a game that's literally 22 years old, Dark Scorpion. You could literally do like the most insane things to this game, and it would still have very little effect on its effect on your computer's ability to play it. My Procazon literally has like, you know what? I feel like telling you guys about my Procazon is just not enough. Okay, telling you about her is not enough. I need you guys to actually see it, because if you've never seen my Procazon in action, you don't really even understand the depth of what is going on. So here, let me here, I'm gonna link you this video right here. This is me doing the Procazon fireworks, which I set up manually on the Steam Deck, no less. Not even on my PC. That is on the Steam Deck. PS4 players just need to upgrade their hard drives. One of the main issues with PS4s is they still use platter discs. And most of those PS4s are so old that the platter discs are slowly and ever just dying. Platter hard drives, as they age, get mechanical problems, defects, scratches, all sorts of things on them which slow them down interminably. Usually past about 3 years, platter hard drives decrease in speed and basically get slower and slower as they age to the point where they fail. If you had them in like the optimal conditions, like they were never abused at all, like your cat didn't sleep on top of the PS4, you know, like you dusted it on a regular basis, you tickled its butthole at the right times, hard drives can actually last an exceedingly large period of time. But the issue with hard drives is that they never get treated properly. They always get abused in some way, shape, or form. And as time goes on, those little tiny abuses add up to a lot. Like, it's a lot over time. Till eventually, by the time it's like 5 or 6 years old, the hard drives are literally just like in terrible, terrible shape. Might as well be like a fat 50-year-old middle, 50-year-old like obese, just like short-legged, bald-headed man with no prospects on life. Like, it's just like there's literally nothing that you can do about it. Like, he's done with his life. You swap to a solid-state hard drive, and most of the PS4's problems kind of disappear. The load times are a lot faster. The textures don't pop in as much because PS4s have loading issues and texture pop-in issues. That's one of the things that happened with the Cyberpunk 2077 is there was a lot of pop-in all over the place. You know why the pop-in was there? Because the hard drive couldn't freaking keep up loading the texture files to the game. So they had to like decrease the texture loading distance to like insanely infinitesimal points because the hard drive wasn't able to keep up swapping the files. And I've had reports from people that have PS4s that actually did swap their units to solid states, or PS4 Pros, that said that everything with Cyberpunk was a hell of a lot better running a solid state drive. And Cyberpunk is a lot more demanding than the Diablo 2 Resurrected. Dusk Shroud. Still looking for that item. What's up, bone archers? Got some extra bone for me? I know somebody who's crafting caster amulets is going to be happy about that. Any new theories on the Gem of All Seeing? I've been thinking about it. I mean, don't get me wrong, it hasn't really left my mind. It hasn't really left my mind. I'm still thinking. I mean, is there anything in Diablo 2, in the actual game, in the world of Diablo 2, that could theoretically be considered the Gem of All Seeing? Like, I'm just kind of like trying to reason it out in my head. Because part of the thing is that a lot of people are trying to say that whatever it is, you know, it's hidden, but it's inside the game, right? So it's like something in the files that we should have discovered a long time ago and we never did or something. But like, if it is something in the game, then what? Which item am I looking for? Nothing specific. I'm looking for any item that comes from a barrel that's a higher TC class than the zone is capable of delivering. So right now we're in jail level 1, or jail level 3, which is I believe 74, TC class 74. I just want to verify that clicking the items inside of the area is worth my time, essentially, with mine own eyes, and in doing so, you know, validate for everyone that the clickables do go up in eye level, or with the A level of the area. Uber Marius. We don't even have regular Marius. We don't even have regular Marius. Marius the First. We don't even have a regular one. Dagnabbit. Uber Geed. Well, all the eye stuff that's in the poem specifically has to do with the Eye of Anu, which is a very interesting thing because it's the World Stone. It's just another word for the World Stone. So. I had even thought about, well, if the World Stone was the Eye of Anu, does that mean that there was another Eye of Anu? Was there two Eyes of Anu? Is the World Stone his left eye, and there's another one that's his right eye? It's a kind of a silly thing, because Eye of Anu might just simply be, you know, a euphemism or an analogy. You know, it's not actually his eye, but maybe he like saw through it, like a crystal ball or something. I don't know. But I mean, it's a possibility, I suppose, that maybe there could be a second eyeball somewhere. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the updated version. We have an updated version of the puzzle. I'd like to show you guys that real quick if I can. In the document, let me go ahead and send you a link to the document, by the way. In the document, there's a really cool sort of like adaptation of the poem that really wasn't quite there before. We kind of like separated it out, figured what was going on. Oh yeah, that's super small. So the poem is broken up into multiple kind of like stanzas or visions. Each one of the visions is separate. So we kind of figured out that each vision is kind of like a separate stanza inside of the, I guess poem would probably be more precise because it kind of resembles a poem. And it's a lot easier to read, a lot easier to absorb in this form. So if you guys want to check it out on the Google Doc, it's there for you guys, so you can have fun playing around with it, reading it, figuring out stuff, you know, doing your own thing. Look at all these beautiful torture devices. Yeah, but you PS4 users out there, okay? Any of you guys who are PS4 users, I don't care who you are. Any of you guys who are PS4 users, all right? Listen to me. One of the easiest things that you can do is upgrade to a solid-state hard drive. It is cheap, and it will have a huge performance boost on your system. It's like a 500 gigabyte solid-state hard drive these days is only like what? Like 50 bucks, 60 bucks. I don't even know. It's been a while since I looked one up. They probably went down. Let me take a quick look real quick. 500 gigabyte SSD. $34.99 for a Kingston. $59.99 for the Samsung Evo 870, which is the better brand. Like, everybody who has a PS4 is Antinous because they came with hard drives. So unless you specifically upgraded it to a higher solid-state drive, all of the PS4 users that haven't upgraded to a solid-state are still using platter drives. Hybrid drives are not as fast. I've had a hybrid drive. I used a hybrid drive for a really long period of time. They are not as fast as solid states. They are not anywhere near as fast. I have a 1 terabyte SSHD Seagate model that it's in my computer right now, and I'm telling you, as far as speed tests go, it barely edges out over a regular drive. It's nowhere near the speed of a solid state. The hell's the way down? Did we miss it? Speaking of, you guys reminded me I need to, one of my old laptops died, and I pulled out the 500 gigabyte hard drive because it's a frickin' Samsung Evo, and I'm gonna throw that in this computer. Probably install a couple games on it or something, I don't know. I mean, it's a really nice Samsung Evo drive. I'd hate to let it go to waste. They're adding back the chat gem for what? In your video, you pressed a W switch with Harmony. The valve persisted. This could be significant. I don't think it persisted, more so that they just elongated the duration, I think. So, like, normally there's a check, and the check immediately goes, hey, is this legitimate, or whatever you want to call it. And the check seems to happen really fast. I think what they changed was that instead of the check being really fast, the check is a little bit slower. So, like, you might be able to have it on swap, or sorry, you might be able to swap to an item and swap back, and it might not despawn before it checks again. But if you were to put it on your off swap, swap away, swap to it, cast it, and then swap back, it will probably eventually despawn. But Harmony's not so ridiculously expensive of a rune word that you couldn't test this. Just make Harmony. Download my item pack if you want to do it in single player. I have the Harmony rune word made and ready for you to upload into a character. Build yourself a character and test it out. That's what the item pack is there for, my boys. That's what the item pack is there for. I ain't spent 1,000,000 hours on that thing for it not to get used, I'll tell you that much. Oh, lacquered plate? Is that,
I am overburdened.
is lacquered plate a high TC class item? God bless it. C. Lacquered plate is level TC class 84. So that answers our question. That proves it conclusively. A lacquered plate just came from an armor rack in a low-level zone. The A level of jail level 3. Are we on jail level 2 or jail level 3? The A level of jail level 3 is like ridiculously low. It's 71. 71. So we just found a TC class 84 item in a level 71 zone, which conclusively proves without a shadow of doubt that the clickable items inside of the terror zones are improved with the monsters. I'm absolutely glad that I got that on camera for everybody to see. I have no clue, Mob, but that's why I was testing it, to figure it out. You can't argue with conclusive proof. I conclusively proved it. I proved it, sir. You can't argue with me. You cannot argue with me. Okay, we can argue, but don't do it. Dang it. These 2 janks that need to be upgraded. Hey, Hungry Greek Mexican with a donation. $9.99. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Well, there's a reason why I wanted to do that too, and it's because I don't want to feel silly. I don't want to feel silly clicking on all the item racks in the terror zones without knowing it. And I'm not going to click on them if they're like freaking low-level little zones that nobody cares about. Or, like nothing good can drop from them because the TC class is so low. So now that we know that the TC class of those zones is actually affected, we've got some conclusive proof here. Conclusive, not just proof, but conclusive proof. materials with a might aura. Does anybody need any decent armors for mercenaries or players? I got this 4-socket Superior Ornate, which is pretty darn sexy. Ethereal 750. 750 is pretty good defense, I think, for an Ethereal. I also got a pretty decent Superior Hauberk with 4 sockets as well, if anybody's interested. Would I click them anyway? You might be correct. I don't know. Maybe. From South Africa. What's up, Cyborg Wolf? Dang, it's a Cyborg Wolf. Better watch out for this boy. A dang old Cyborg Wolves coming around here. Excited for Diablo 4? It is on the way. Not going to be till next year, but aura stacking on mercenaries. Sure. Shoot your load. What's the aura stacking on mercenary question?
Good day.
Shoot your load. That sounds dirty. That sounds dirty. Oh yeah, does anybody need an Annihilus Charm? I got one earlier from, I got one the other day when I was fighting Tristram. If anybody wants it, you're more than welcome to it. It's not really that great. It's probably the worst Annie that ever existed. I don't have a book. I left my book in the other town. Dragon Hajj, they don't stack in that way. You're thinking about it weird. They add the levels add together is how it works. So when you put on Dragon, and Hand of Justice, the levels combine together. And it functions as one aura with that level So you really like my hoodie, Tomas? Well, you know, you can always get one. It is my merch. Here, let me, I'll even link you to it. Why not? Here we go. Hoodies. There you go, Tomas. There it is right there. It's not even that expensive, to be honest, for a hoodie. I'm sure there's going to be a shipping cost added in there, though. However, if you are a member of my channel, I believe I have a discount coupon for the merch shop for you guys who are members. So just check your perks. I'm pretty sure the coupon is in there in your perks. Can you buy a chinchilla? Chinchillas are kind of expensive, man. You sure you got enough money for a chinchilla? They're like $200 for one. And then you got to buy the cage, and you got to get the food and the bedding and all of this stuff. Before you know it, you're like $400 in the hole. Yeah, you're more than welcome. We're running a pretty simple algorithm. It's GGM_terror 7 password 16. And every time we're going up a little bit further. So we're just, oh dang, well there we go. Now we got some new members up in his house. Oh dang, Nick, Hungry Greek Mexican, Chad, freaking Giga Chad over here got a membership. Derek Ryan, John Garzi, Tomac, Gabe, Slim, congratulations guys. A lot of you guys have been longtime members of the channel. You guys deserve it. I mean, Tomac's in like every single stream I run. So is Gabe and Chad. And Hungry Greek Mexican. I see you, Hungry Greek Mexican. Don't you worry about it. Still need to eat, though. Can't be hungry forever, my friend. One of these days, you gotta eat. Gotta eat some fuds. Wicked Plumber. Thank you, Wicked Plumber. I really appreciate that. Any and all support is always welcome. Plus, you guys got all the little emotes now, too. And you're very welcome, Butas. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I'm still thinking about the gem all-seeing. It is definitely something that we all need to think about as a community. Maybe we can come up with the answer of what exactly it means. I feel like we haven't seen the end to the puzzle yet. And as soon as we end up with a thread, as soon as we get a thread, we're going to start pulling that thread, and we're not going to stop pulling that thread until we come up with an answer. As of right now, I don't think we have a thread, so that's why we're kind of at a resting point. But trust me, we're all thinking about it. I literally spent like all this morning, just thinking about the puzzle. I made a video, as you guys know, and even after I made the video, I did a whole bunch more thinking about the puzzle, and I ended up realizing some of my stuff in the video was wrong. But and you know, it's fine. It's a puzzle, right? You got to figure it out. We did actually ask Pez Radar, so if you guys could do me a favor, I don't normally ask for any of this stuff. I'm not going to ask you to like bump up my posts or go and like do a whole bunch of things that are silly. But one thing I do need you guys to do is we need Pez Radar, Rod Ferguson, or the Diablo account to notice this post. So this is the post where I basically called on them to come answer. Like, hey, we solved your puzzle. Come, you know, comment. Go to that post and make sure you put a heart on it, retweet it, do whatever. We're trying to get their attention, okay? That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to get their attention to make sure that they come in and say, you know, reply to us and be like, hey, oh, good job solving the puzzle. You know, you guys did it. Or you know, like, you were wrong. You got it all wrong. And how you got it so wrong. You know, whatever the answer is, we'd love to get one. You know, but the fruits of our labor are there, of course. It either leads to something else or it leads us to the to what it's supposed to be. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I mean, one clue that's inside of the riddle is the phrase "crystals of the earth," and I don't know what that could be. I have a feeling that crystals of the earth is a clue as well. And it's supposed to bring us kind of like toward the solution. I'm not really 100% sure if crystals of the earth is going to give us any kind of actual solution, but it seems to be a hint that whatever this person was using to see the sort of end game, all of these visions that he saw, he was using the crystals of the earth to do it. Which may very well be the Gem of All-Seeing. It might just be another name. So the Gem of All-Seeing or the Crystals of the Earth or any other number of things. I mean, we don't really specifically know. Gems are now edible for temp buffs. One thing I do want you guys and gals out there to think about, and this is a really interesting tidbit here. Let me bring up my do-janks. Hold on. My do-janks. That is not the right do-janks. Why are you on the wrong do-janks, you do-janker? There we go. One thing I want you guys to think about is the first verse, okay? I want to read it real quick, and I want you guys to think about this real seriously. All right? Like your girlfriend might be cheating on you, seriously. All right? Who is this? Because the first verse, he's talking about himself. He gives us references to things that are going on in his life, okay? The person that is telling us all this, he tells us all these visions, but the first verse is him talking about himself. He says, the stones have spoken to me again. Me, they've talked to me, showing visions that only I can so easily see. He's the only one that can use these stones, apparently. How can the others be so ignorant to their fate? Cast me aside, will they? He is talking about himself. I shall not waste my breath on the savages. The crystals of the earth have predicted before. I know these visions tell us secrets. This is a very specific person who is telling us these visions, and I can't quite figure out who it is. But he gives us clues that could potentially lead us to know who he is. The clues are in the first verse. I mean, who is it that cast him aside? If we can figure out who is it that cast him aside, then we will know who it is. There are several people in the story that have been cast aside. Zoltan Kulle was kicked out of the Haradrim. It could be Zoltan Kulle. There are other characters that were cast aside. Lilith was cast aside. Lilith was cast aside by Inarius when she betrayed him. There are other characters in the game that were cast aside for various reasons. But it's how can the others be so ignorant of their fate? Savages could be referring to the barbarians. Several times throughout the game, savages has been used to describe the barbarians. I have a savage right next to me right now. Look at this brutish savage right here. Savages, savages, dirty, dirty savages, savages, savages. But I think if we can figure out who the hell is talking, if we can do enough research into the lore to figure out who the hell is talking, we might actually get a better idea of what the Gem of All-Seeing possibly means. Ah, a man of culture who knows the Pocahontas song. A man of culture, Nick. A man of culture. That created the Soul Stones? I mean, it was basically the Haradrim, basically Tyrael. Like, it wasn't really anybody specifically, but it was like, I wanna say like Tyrael and the Haradrim, I think, were the ones that kind of made the Soul Stones. Crystals of the Earth. Crystals of the Earth. I mean, the other interesting clue here is that he's basically saying that he's the only one that can see it. Ethereal Tiara. He's basically saying he's the only one that can use the crystals. So whatever these crystals are, he's the only one that can use them. He says that only I can so easily see. Yes, it's in the puzzle. Can you get Sunder Charms? Not until Diablo 2 Ladder Season 2. When Ladder Season 2 starts, yes. They don't want it to just roll back into non-ladder as soon as ladder starts, because that would be silly. Giglash. I'm going to hop on Discord if anybody wants to join me. Dear. I don't want you over there. You always go to the wrong place. I'll be in Qualkex Brewery if anybody wants to yak.
Parker's very intrigued by your puzzle.
Oh yeah, he likes the puzzle? It's a very interesting cipher, right? Or are you talking about the Gem All See? Hello?
Well, the one with all the numbers from the gem.
Oh yeah. It's a Ottendorf cipher. He can make his own Ottendorf cipher if he wants. So it's a cool little thing that you can do. All you got to do is pick a book, and then all he has to do is find words and count it out, and then write it down. Anybody can make an Ottendorf cipher. It's one of the easiest ciphers out there. It's also one of the most unbreakable ciphers because you have to have the right book. If you don't have the right book, you can't do it. And the less copies of that book that are floating around, the harder it is to break the cipher. Like, you can write your own book and then print 2 copies and give 1 copy to your friend. And then use the Ottendorf cipher to talk back and forth between the 2 of you. And, like, literally nobody else would be able to break the cipher unless they got one of the books, one of the 2 books. Although there's also a little bit of safety in using a widely published book also, because then you don't have to carry it around with you, and it is less likely to fall in somebody's hands, because if they were to capture you, they wouldn't have the book. So there's a very good chance that you could find that book anywhere you go, because it's a common book. You know, like you could pick something that's everywhere, like the Bible, which is a very common one actually for people to use. The Bible is very commonly used in Ottendorf ciphers because it is in fact everywhere, and it's very easy to get your hands on. However, it has to be the same edition, and it has to be the same printing. So they might pick a rather common edition and a rather common printing. You know, in our case, the one that they chose was the Diablo 2 manual. But not all the Diablo 2 manuals work. It had to be the right Diablo 2 manual. As we discovered, mine wasn't the right one. It didn't have the right number of pages. It didn't have the right information in it. So it didn't work for the cipher, which is why they gave us the book. They were trying to make it easy to do because they wanted us to figure it out, and they didn't want us to not have the right book. Yeah, so if you were to use that one for an Ottendorf cipher, you would have to use... The other person would also have to use that same one, Garrett, if they wanted to do the Ottendorf cipher correctly. Oh, Blackwell. 99... What is that? Pounds? Euros? With face vomiting? Why are you vomiting on my stream? I mean, you paid 99 cents to vomit on my stream, so I guess I can allow it. But 99 cents just to vomit seems like a lot of effort. Well, something else interesting has popped up, which is we have some orange numbers that are conflicting. And we want to get screenshots of them and make sure that they actually are conflicting, but apparently some of the orange numbers are kind of like transposed. They're not quite the right sequence, and they're popping up in the thing. If you guys get an orange number, I'd recommend that you check it against our list and make sure that it's correct. If yours doesn't match ours and you have a screenshot, submit it so that we can take a look at it. We may actually be collecting these oddities because they may also be some kind of, I don't know how to put it. They may be a different message, maybe a second message or something, or maybe there's something else entirely. It's hard to say. In fact, we're not even really sure if they exist at this point because we need to have 2 screenshots basically with the same front number, so let's say like 055, that have different end numbers.
How many did you end up with that, did you get all of them? Like every number?
The only one that we're missing right now, as far as I know, is 26. I think that's it.
You only said 26.
Yeah, 26 I think is the one that's missing. Yeah, we never found 26. If you guys could, if you guys do find 26, we still need that one because we don't have it. It is kind of like a crucial word that we're not exactly sure what it means. We kind of inferred that it might mean faith. That was what we inferred, but we don't know if that's true. Obviously, we want to confirm what it actually says. It's only one word, and it can't really be that big of a deal, but it is in a very interesting spot, which could potentially make it something else. For instance, remember earlier I was talking about how we don't know who is telling the story? Well, that word is in the section of the guy who's telling the story, so having that word could give us another clue to the identity of the person telling the story, which is definitely something that we would like to have. I feel like that could potentially identify our mystery guest, although there's also a possibility it might not. So let me go. I gotta go check on something real quick. I'll be right back. Unless Deckard Cain learned to fortune tell, I don't really know how it can be him. How can it be Deckard Cain if Deckard Cain is dead? And if Deckard Cain had the ability to foretell the future, then why did he die? Tell me this, Batman. I got this at Spirit of Halloween. This is a Madara war mask from Naruto. Yes, I like Naruto. Secret cow levels over. What? Murder some cows? How dare you trying to type, you little punks. Superior man catcher. Don't mind if I do. 5 socket superior man catcher. It's good obedience, but it's a only obedience for a non-mercenary.
Good day.
Adria, didn't Adria die? I thought Adria died. What's the new terrorized zone? Travancore? Sexy. Wow. 13% enhanced, 30 all-res royal shield. If only it was 40. Or, sorry, if only it was 45. It's a little low on the resistances, but it's still sexy. Oh, you guys already killed the council. Shimshir. Shimshir. Beautiful Shimshir. Shimshir. Oh no, Dark Knight. Got a Hexfire. Hexfire. Whip out my keys. Esmeralda, no. The White Monarch, boys. Don't leave that on the ground. You know the White Monarchs are sacred. Esmeralda, don't die multiple times. That's terrible. Don't do that. Hurt my feelings. You hurt my feelings. You're hurting my feelings. I don't want you to die. No, you're hurting my feelings. I'm gonna let go. Crescent Moon. The best weapon for a frickin' Tesla then. Honestly. There's really not a whole lot of better weapons in the game for a Tesla then. Not unless you're subbing into physical damage. Frickin' ogre axe from a frickin' chest.
I can't.
There go them high TC levels. Just found a big bone hue, my boys. Anybody need an item for their merc? It's a halfway decent temporary merc weapon. Alright, that is it. Next.
Not in town.
If anybody wants this bone hue, you're more than welcome to it. Same thing for this Hex Fire. Great for Act 3 Fire and Champ Mercs. Yes, cows can be terrorized. Wonderful, beautiful. Uber cows. Uber Cow King. The Uber Cow King, the Uber Cow.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh, it's going alright. Doing some terror zones on my own because your game's full.
It is? There's a space right now.
Oh, is there?
There is indeed a space.
Well, let me join then.
Sometimes when a game is not full, even though it's not full, it'll say that it's full. It's happened in the past many times. Would not be the first.
What's the password?
16.
Thank you. Oh, it's a ladder game.
Yes. We're playing on ladder. You don't got a ladder card?
Not at that level.
Oh.
Yeah, the buddy I was gonna level a ladder character with moved to another province and hasn't been playing.
So you're going to join us, is what you're saying?
I don't know. I think my character's like level 12.
No, Ladder Season 2 starts October 6th, so we're all going to be starting new characters from scratch.
Oh yes, definitely be doing that. Yeah.
You might want to sign up, do all the sign-up sheet. Are you in the kinship?
That is a great question. I don't think I filled that out yet.
Look for the channel that says Kinship GGM Charter. The rules are in there, and also how you get in.
There it is.
It's all pretty straightforward stuff. I don't really think there's anything too special in there. Pretty much, I could sum it up like, don't be a buttface.
Makes sense.
Yeah, well. You'd think it'd be easy. Last ladder reset was a blast. We had tons of people involved last ladder. Lots of people signed up last minute. You know, it was a pretty big deal. I think we had 6 or 7 full teams of people, which I don't even know, what is that, like 48 or like 50 some odd people. We even had a couple leftovers. Like, so we like on ladder day, we literally had like, I think it was 7 full teams running. And then of course after ladder day, launch day, we kind of like broke up a little bit and kind of, you know, did whoever was online sort of a thing, because not everybody can schedule off like a week of vacation time for the first start of ladder. But very, very fun. Moving on
my
to,
time's a little limited for sure.
I mean, honestly, we're very helpful in this kinship, so it doesn't really matter how much time you have available to you. We're going to have, we do these things called swap games. Basically how it works is everybody collects items all the time. A lot of the times people collect items they don't need. You know, like you might have some particular pieces of gear that you know is worth something, but you don't particularly need it. Maybe it's not high enough value to trade off to somebody, but you don't really want to throw it away either. So we do these swap games. And basically what it is everybody joins the game. We drop like pretty much everything we don't necessarily need ourselves on the ground. And then everybody filters through the items on the ground, picking up what they do need. And we run these swap games like sometimes 2 to 3 a day. You know, like even if you're not necessarily keeping up with the group, you can always hop into the swap games, grab what you need, upgrade your equipment. Eventually we get so rich that the swap games, there's like Ravenfrost sitting on the floor, like Verdungos, all sorts of cool stuff, you know, like freaking spirit shields and just about everything else you could ever want. But in the beginning, of course, it's going to be a little slim pickings, because obviously everybody's going to be hunting for equipment. But as we start to fill up and we start to deck out our characters, the other stuff, you know, that we don't need is going to fall on the floor. Oh, that's a nice...
that's nice.
That's a nice rhyme base. You'd have to Larzik it, though. Not sure if that's worth Larzicking.
I'm happy to see you guys aren't allowing JSP.
Well, we were during the first season. It became kind of a bit of an issue. I mean, people were like buying Enigmas on like day 2. We also had some issues with the bots. Like the bots started trading on JSP like ridiculously so. It wasn't necessarily that we think JSP is a bad thing, but we started to realize that it was almost dominated. The stuff being sold on there was like predominantly by the bots. In Diablo 2 LOD, those of us who lived through the bots in Diablo 2 LOD, we know the bots are not there to make the game better. They make the game worse, like as a whole. And I'll do anything that I can to throw a wrench in their plans, even if it's just as small as our kinship not using JSP. I do not ever want to see Diablo 2 Resurrected return to what Diablo 2 LOD was at the end, which was just a game filled with bots. None of the items were worth anything. Literally everybody had everything. The only items that had any value were perfect versions of the items. Like, nobody even wanted to look at an item that wasn't like the perfect version of the item. Like, people were literally dropping Shakos on the ground because the Harlequin Crest Shakos didn't have max armor value on them.
That's absolutely terrible.
Like,
So who's the
this
kinship?
is who's what?
Who's the kinship captain I should reach out to now? Is it Jack then, or is that one of the many?
You already read the whole thing?
Oh, I read it previously. I just skimmed it again.
Well, there's 4 kinship captains, so you can contact any of them that are online, or I can do it.
It looks like Onyx might be online. Oh, I see them on the right now. There they are. Yeah, I would thought about joining for the Season 1 ladder to join you guys, but I didn't have the time. So I lurked.
He lurked. Well, I will say that when ladder starts, most of the activity in the Discord does kind of flow toward the kinship side. So if you're not in the kinship, you might not necessarily like see a lot of activity on the Discord, just simply because we're, you know, like if we're doing one of these swap games and we have all these valuable items on the ground, you think we're posting the name and the password where everybody can see it so they can come in and steal everything?
Of course not. No.
Yeah, so a lot of that activity ends up happening behind the scenes. So that, you know, it's privileged information basically. So those of you who want to come in and into the kinship, you know, you'll get the swap games. Usually we do post the swap games for non-kinship members afterwards, specifically because we don't want any items to go to waste. That's a big thing about Diablo. Nobody wants any items to go to waste. So after we're done picking through the items, we'll usually open the game to all the non-kinship members. So you probably will see them, the username and password, pop up afterward.
Cool.
This kinship operates within my Discord. I did hear about one of the other Diablo Discords setting up like an integrated clan system. I was thinking about setting up like a little channel in there for us, maybe a recruitment channel or something.
I need a key.
A socketed monarch. 3 sockets. Coco Mal, perhaps?
Oh, looks like Onyx was quick on the jump. He got me into that. Thanks. So I'll keep my eye open for the next season.
Our captains are pretty trustworthy too, so I've vetted them myself a long time ago. You can pretty much trust any of them. Some of them are also in different time zones too, so might be helpful for the people who, you know, are in different time zones themselves. Soundwave is specifically our console captain. So if you're on console, we do have kind of like a console chapter, and he's been covering the console chapter. Specifically because, like, literally for the longest time we didn't even have a console chapter, but he was always there, like, taking care of the console players, getting them into groups, organizing runs, answering questions and whatnot for the console players. So that's why he ended up becoming our console captain.
That's cool. Yeah, I don't play on console this game at least. I'm a diehard from the beginning. I couldn't imagine playing this on strictly console.
I mean, having other Discords is certainly not a bad thing.
True.
There are plenty of Diablo Discords out there. They're not going to be anywhere near as friendly as a kinship is, but... You guys will find that out for yourself.
Yeah, like a week and a half into the ladder, just swap games go up like every 3 hours, 4 hours.
Got some pretty good EXP so far. I'm actually kind of impressed. Especially since I'm level 96. Yeah, GGM underscore your character's name. Somebody told me that on consoles, you can't do underscore. I don't know if that's true, but just do dash if you're on a console. It also helps us differentiate you from PC players anyway, so. Transferring items between console, I know there's no crossplay, but there is cross progression. So we do have certain people in the kinship that are on multiple systems. So if you want to make a trade in between, say, like a console member and a PC player, like maybe somebody on the PC has something you want, and you have something that they want, and you want to facilitate a trade, we do have some people who have both systems, so that you can facilitate a trade. It's a good thing, obviously, and you know, you can trust the kinship members. You wouldn't necessarily be able to trust a non-kinship member with something like that, especially if it was a valuable item. Most of us, on the other hand, don't really care, especially the kinship captains. I don't care if you've got an Enigma in your hand or an Infinity. I'll just look at it like Tom Bombadil and hand it back to you. It doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, I was trading for a Shaco and some guy tried to scam me. I don't understand why people do that.
Did he put a P Emerald Shaco up there?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, it's like, shows me the first one. He's like, oh, hang on, I gotta go check something, and then comes back.
It's classic bait switch. Anytime the trade window empties, make sure you check it.
Oh, yeah. He didn't catch me sleeping.
It didn't catch you sleeping. Trade scams have been going around for a long time on Diablo 2. There's a lot of items that have the same graphics too, so it's very easy to do. Rattle Cage has the same graphic as Tal Rasha's armors, so Rattle Cage is very often used in the trade swap deals to get to trade off of Tal Rasha's. Of course, to do it though, you actually have to have a Tal Rasha's to show off, and then you also have to have a Rattle Cage, and then you have to swap it at some point during the trade. And there's a lot of items in the game that have similar graphics, and people have been falling for those for years. Annies are actually really common to trade bait swap with Mephisto's Soulstone. Mephisto's Soulstone has the same graphic.
Yeah, it's a dark part of the game that exists. People cheating others.
Oh, there's even more scams than that. There's so many scams, it's not even funny. So
That'd be a fun video.
So a lot of people don't know that telekinesis can work on items inside of town, or that you can teleport inside of town. So like, people would tell other people that they could dupe their items, and they would go outside of town and go like, okay, I'm outside of town, I won't be able to take your stuff. Now drop your items on the ground right here, and I'm going to duplicate them. And then they would teleport inside of town and take everything.
Yeah, I remember that one.
You know, there's tons of little stupid things like that have been floating around for years. The worst of which were people that hacked the game There was actually a trade hack that went around for a long time that would basically allow a person to inject whatever item they wanted into the trade window, even if they didn't actually own the item, and make it seem like they had the item in the trade window. And that trade hack would fool a lot of people. Put your items up there, they put their items up there, you'd say, okay, I'll do the trade. They hit the trade button, you get like a rock or something, and they get all of your crap. Because they could make any item look like any item. So interesting thing about the whole emerald in the Shaco thing, Blackwell, is that it has to be a P emerald. So there's a difference in color depending on what emerald you put in there, and only the P emerald has the same color as the Shaco. If you actually put them side by side, you can tell the difference in the color. And anybody who's actually seen a Harlequin Crest Shaco should be able to tell the difference just by the color alone. So it has to be a P emerald. Yeah, I did that a whole bunch, Kyle. I actually replayed Diablo 1 a little while back. And man, we duped we duped so many items. We just sat there duping items all day long. It was our life.
So is the Terra Zones right now just extra experience, or is there unique items that can drop? I know they don't have the charms dropping right now.
The Terror Zones are higher EXP because they're higher level monsters. They're more difficult, of course, because they're higher level monsters. They also drop all the TC class items that a higher level zone would. So there are certain zones in the game that can only drop like the highest level items, like TC class 87 items. Like Travancore cannot drop TC class 87 items. It's too low. But when it's under the terrorized effect, it can drop every item in the game, including like Griffin's Eye Diadem, like Crown of Ages, all that cool stuff can drop from here, but only during the terrorized effect.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yes, we tested that earlier disguised. We took a little bit of time and we clicked on every single chest and every single barrel until we got a lacquered plate. So we were in jail level 3, which is a TC class 71 zone, and we got a lacquered plate from an armor rack. The TC class of lacquered plate is 84, which does in fact confirm that the clickables in those zones have been upgraded as well, along with the monsters. I'm always smashing it, Golden Banjo. Let me in! Stop healing everything. You wish you could find a Soge. Whenever you guys farm council, make sure you hop in this door and check. Because half the time there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, There's like 6 or 7 clickables like right inside the door usually. Like, you don't have to go very far. Okay, you don't even have to kill any monsters. Just walk in the door and look and see if there's any clickables in there after you kill the council. Because there's usually like a freaking ridiculously large number of clickables in here after you kill the council. I mean, you already paid the fee. You might as well walk in the door and check for chests. Look at your butt face.
The naming rule 7 again. It's going to be what, GGM underscore and then your name?
Yeah, GGM underscore.
Okay.
When I originally wrote that rule, we had no clue what the naming conventions were going to be or whether they'd have any kind of clan system. But it turned out they don't have any clan system, and yeah, so it's going to be GGM underscore on your character's name. It just denotes that you're a clan member for everybody
Makes
to
sense.
see. That way, when you see other people with the clan tags, you will know that they're clan members also.
Not in town.
Travancore farming. I find that an hour is like just the right amount of time. Like, I often find that I'm like getting a little bit bored with the area after about an hour. And it's nice that it swaps to something new and I can have a little fun somewhere else.
Yeah, I definitely think the terror zones were a great addition to the game to get people to do content other than bail runs.
Well, not only that, but it helps people explore the game. Like you go to areas you don't normally go, have some fun looking at some stuff you don't normally look at. Like like when your grandpa comes in and he's like, get out of the house for once in a while, staring at the same walls and the same ceiling every day.
Turns out I have a level 69 paladin ladder character I forgot about.
69. Is he strong enough to join us in Act 3 Hell?
9 is a pally. I'm sure he's got decent gear. What was the game of the game again? Terror.
GGM underscore terror 16.
16.
I mean, last time it was jail level 1, and then it was Stony Field, and then Tristram. So I mean, not like we don't, have some lower level areas too that might pop up. Of course, it might go to like Act 4 or Act 5 next.
I'll just run and hide. Maybe I'll just run Salvation just to make up for it too.
We got plenty of other auras here.
Yep. Anybody claim that, oh geez, he's only in Act 1. Wow. Gonna say, anybody claim that Annihilus yet?
That was quite a few games ago. I just dropped it on the ground. I'm pretty sure somebody picked it up.
Problem. Yeah, it looks like this guy hasn't quested. He's stuck in Act 1. Well, that's not gonna work either.
We could always pop him to Act 2 real quick, but that's about the best we can do. Let's pop him to Act 2 real quick.
If he makes a game, I can rush him through hell if he wants.
Have I imploded? Let's go kill
Sure,
Ariel real quick.
I need to get town portal.
Definitely a whole lot of new people on X, but if you also notice, quite a few people have left too. It's like after the puzzle was over, they didn't need to be in my channel anymore, so they were like, "Bye, Felicia."
I need a key.
I mean, we do have new members. I think that's good. We'll see how long they stay.
Or well, I'll make a new game if you want to rush me, like you said there.
Oh yeah, that's right. We can't kill Andy in this game for you, can we? The waypoint's up though if you want to grab it.
That's not a problem at all. If you make a game, I'll definitely come do that for you.
Okay, I'll post the name in the chat before I leave this game.
That's cool, Onyx. You do your thing. I know everybody's coming back for Ladder Season 2. I ain't silly. like like we got toward the end of the ladder and everybody just kind of disappeared like ghost town. And then season 2 starts creeping up and everybody starts popping back online. Like,
Not in town.
what about these tear zones? I heard they got new Thunder John.
OG Rush and then 11.
All right, let's hop down to one of these different chats so they don't have to listen to us during the rush.
Sounds great. Let me switch now.
We got plenty of channels.
Yeah, I'll go to group 1.
Okay.
Ow. Who be hitting like that? Oh, he got multi-shot. That's why. Multi-shot hurts on these guys. That jank be ouch. Oh, Chuko knew. The beautiful, beautiful demon machine. Half tempted to make an enchant exploding arrow sorceress for ladder reset. They're such fun characters, and with the addition of the Sunder charm, like you could make one that's like ridiculously good. Focus completely on fire. Have some pre-buff enchant equipment. Because no friends. What do you think a kinship is? It's not a clan. It's not a guild. It's a group of friends. We're hanging out together. We're having fun. We're laughing. We're making jokes about girls. We're eating Hot Pockets and playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Turtles in time, my friends. Turtles in time. And GoldenEye 007. We're playing a little GoldenEye 007 too.
Thanks for the game.
What? Who said that?
It's Voisin.
Oh, you leaving?
Yeah.
I'll see you, man.
See you.
Haunted Goblin. Haunted Goblin. It's a very weird name, sir. Turtles in Time was best. It really was an awesome game. What are you guys talking about? You didn't like Turtles in Time? Who didn't play Turtles in Time with their friends? It was like one of the best multiplayer games on the Super Nintendo. Whoa, 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 Jeremy. That was a really good game, okay? Secret of Monkey Island is a good game series, alright? I don't care what you have to say, Jeremy. Aegis. A 3-socket Aegis. Will you stop healing everybody? You too. Quit it. I would actually really like to have, like, you know those stupid little arcade machines that they sell in Walmart and stuff like that? I'd love to have a Turtles in Time version of that. What class do I recommend with PTR changes for ladder launch? There's no change. There's no change from previous. Don't take the Sunder Charms into account with this. Ladder Season 2, you're still going to be a naked peasant knight. The Sunder Charms aren't until level 75. You're not going to be able to get the Sunder Charms right away. You're still going to have to build your character like normal. There's no change. Like everything that applies to previous ladder is going to apply to this ladder. You're still going to have to suffer through until you actually get that Sunder Charm. You're still going to have to build your character correctly. It's not until late in the game where, you know, you finally got access to the Sunder Charm, then things will change and you can respec your character and you can do things differently. But there's really not a lot of balance in changes or anything going on that's really special. About maybe the only thing that's changed that could potentially make a difference is they fixed the Valkyrie on the Peace rune word, and she kind of just like stays forever now. It's actually really interesting. So the Peace rune word might actually have a lot more usefulness now. The free level 15 Valkyrie is absolutely amazing. And you can have that basically on any character. So you might want to work Peace into your build somehow. They also fixed the Metal Grid amulet so that the Iron Golem stays between games, but Iron Grid, again, is a late game item. So you have to, you're going to have to like hold off on Iron Grid until later. Harmony, the bow that summons the Valkyrie, also works properly now. Especially if you're a non-Amazon, it works properly on non-Amazons. So you can have a free Valkyrie from the Harmony rune word as well. It did actually stay when I took it off in the PTR. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case in the live client, but it did when I took off the armor in the PTR. The poison bug for the Necro just simply means don't use an army. Like, if what you took away from that is poison is useless, then you didn't take away the right thing. Poison damage is interrupted by physical damage. So what you should take away from that is that a poison necromancer should not build an army. One mercenary and one golem isn't going to be enough to interrupt the poison that badly. For those of you who have never seen my video on the poison bug, let me do a quick synopsis for you guys. We basically found out that poison damage is interrupted by any other damage that hits a target at any particular time while the poison damage is in effect. It doesn't just interrupt the poison damage, it completely cancels the poison damage for that frame. So if a monster has 25 frames of attack possibilities within a second, and you have poisoned the monster, and you have 25 skeletons attacking, and those skeletons are consuming all 25 frames, apparently what happens is your poison damage does nothing. It doesn't increase the duration. It doesn't reapply that frame later. Apparently what it does is it just if that frame is interrupted, it just doesn't apply that frame ever. So the more monsters, the more things that you have attacking a monster, the more of those frames are consumed. And every single frame that is consumed lowers the poison damage to the point that the poison damage becomes nothing. In our testing, we found out literally that having an entire army with a poison necro, fighting like Diablo or something like that, was actually slower than having no army at all. Yes and no, Arn. I mean, if you're in a party where like people are attacking like really, really fast and you're all hitting the same monster, then yes, the poison damage is going to do far less. It really kind of depends on the build group composition of the group that you're in. I mean, obviously you're still going to be useful to the group, but you're not going to be as useful as some other characters. In the PTR, we were able to use multiple, like literally multiple charms. I mean, you have to suffer all the negative effects of those charms, though, so keep that in mind. %, IK. Telekinesis, my baskets. You deprive me of the joy of kicking the baskets, the nice crunchy baskets. So Vidine, that was actually something that they updated us on in 2.5. The answer to that question is yes. It apparently will affect those. It did not affect in PTR, but they specifically put a line in that said that it would be affecting them in 2.5. Which is going to be, of course, when they update it. Let me provide you with a quick quote real quick from the patch notes. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, here it is right here. That was in the patch notes right there.
What is up?
How's it going, man?
Not here.
Not too bad.
Not in town.
Haven't
And
seen.
it had it easy for myself. Had the opportunity to lay down and have 19 straight hours of sleep. I know I didn't have that luxury.
I mean, after it was all kind of over, I did go to sleep for like 10 hours, but
Oh, good.
ended up waking up at like 3 a.m. in the morning or something stupid like that.
Oh,
Ugh.
yeah. Yeah, I woke up at 9 p.m. Yeah, I say 19 hours, but there was definitely some breaks, but I had like a solid 5 and then another 10 and then 4, I think, at some point.
Well, it's been a blast. The closer we get to the ladder, everything's picking back up again, which is not how it always works.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We got the new terror zones, the thunder charms, the puzzle is finished. Did you see the latest development on the puzzle?
Oh, yeah. I watched your video. Awesome, man.
The gem all seeing.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's very interesting. All of it is very interesting. I say that word a lot.
Yeah, when I went to bed, we were still at, I think, 97%. And so between then and
Well,
basically noon today, I mean, we're pretty much there.
I mean, everything is.
I mean, we really are there. We were missing one word, but
Yeah,
I assume that word is fate, so I put that in there.
Yeah.
So we're at 100%. Dude, and I saw Wolfie was still going. Well, he clearly filled in the rest of the percentages, unless you did.
Hey. Sweet. We found a Jalal's. A Jalal's Tademic Mask. Anybody need a Jalal's
Now
for their
you can
druid?
do your video after the fact.
Well, I never do the videos online because I don't want to waste all the resources upgrading them.
What do you guys? You guys in tier 17 now?
Yeah, 21 right now. We're in 21.
Oh, 21.
Jalal's is like the best helmet for druids. Anybody need it? Ladder? Free? You can have it. Come get it. There are a lot of new build possibilities, Onyx. A lot. Characters that never were quite useful before can definitely be useful. I'm not really sure how useful the mages will ever be. Unfortunately, they're just not really all that great. But it's 166. Get your $166 out of my face. Make a game, Chris. I'll come drop it off real quick. Give me the game name and password.
I can't carry anymore.
Terror gazes upon sanctuary. Which one is that one? I can never remember. Gazes. Spherical light going outward, it's cleansing.
Oh, gazes is phase 1. So it's ways away.
Blood warp. Everybody wants teleport. Oh, non-ladder. Non-ladder, not declone walk. Okay. I was wondering why it said. I'm a little worried about the Sunder Charms working on pets and minions and stuff like that, because I don't know if that also means that negative enemy lightning resistance or negative enemy fire resistance or so forth and so on is also going to work on them. Because if it doesn't, then it's still going to be relatively difficult to actually dish out any damage.
Yeah. And you'd think that'd be something they would actually explicitly mention in the patch notes if they were a thing.
Why would they do that? I don't know. I mean, there still is some benefit to them applying to the mercs and stuff like that and the minions, even if negative enemy lightning resistance doesn't work, because then spells and things like that will have a stronger effect on those monsters. It does seem like the penalty doesn't apply to conviction and lower resistance when the monster is under the effect of the sundering, but only for that target. So, I mean, in the case of, like, a paladin or a necromancer who has lower resist or, or conviction, they would be hitting stronger. The minions and mercs and stuff like that would be hitting stronger. But,
I am overburdened.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I feel like the main class that cares about that is the Trapsin. And
it
if
may
the Trapsin can't negative res stuff down, it's kind of worthless. Really not effective for them.
I mean, it'll work really good for a necromancer who's using a physical army and applying amplified damage.
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's why I mentioned the assassin really is the only one. I mean, the necro, honestly, it had options anyway. I mean, Corpse Explode is so good.
Oh yeah, Onyx.
You can work it into any build and help you really finish off, or frankly, not even finish off, just like kill 90% of the screen after killing like one thing.
Terror Zone's about to change anyway. I'm gonna go farm these things real quick. Yeah, you got a lot of catching up to do, Onyx. Get to catching. You got 800 videos to watch. Tape your eyes open. I know, but seriously, you should watch the video on the Sunder Charms. Probably need to remake the videos on the Sunder Charms, because they changed the other aspects. But I think I'm gonna wait until I actually have the new Sunder Charms in my hands.
There you go.
My current choice is a ice Amazon. That's what I'm planning on making. However, I also have a very strong desire to make a enchant sorceress. Enchant sorceresses are so fun. And with the addition of the Fire Sunder Charm, I will be a god. I will be a god among sorcerers. All I need to do is get my hands on a demon machine, and I'm pretty much set. A demon, demon machine and a razor tail.
Well, and the Sunder.
Yeah. Okay.
But
Demon
actually,
machine,
even
razor
without the
tail, and the
Sunder,
Sunder.
does pretty solid.
It's well, the Sunder is really what makes it. I've actually done an enchant sorceress before, and what happens is when you hit Act 4 Nightmare, you run into the wall of fire immunes, and things just go absolutely terrible. And then after Act 4 Nightmare, it's just fire immunes, and more fire immunes, and there's like nothing you can do unless you're like subbed into another build. But
oh yeah, you're kind of kept in the area like the fire druid used to be too.
Yeah.
Where you can get into early hell, you can farm the pit, you can farm stony tombs. That's about it.
But an enchant.
I mean, even the pit is
sorceress?
super hard because you get all those fallons.
But an enchant sorceress with a Sunder Charm? Not only that, the enchant sorc would be like an amazingly good like team player kind of a person. Like I can enchant everybody before we start our match or whatever, you know. Like and my enchant would be absolutely insane. I'd be running probably like I don't know, probably like level 50 enchant or something like that. I'm sure at some point somebody would send me like an Ormus robe that they found that's crappy that has like +3 enchant, and I could use that for pre-buffs.
Actually, thinking, oh, it was a video Macro Bio Boy did, where he did like the, quote, ultimate support sorceress. And it was enchant sorceress. He was using the Act 1 mercenary with Kuchaku, I believe. So
yeah, Kuko is not as
them.
good. It doesn't have the pierce that you need, but it's okay.
Yeah, but I think it hits a higher breakpoint speed-wise, and maybe that's why it was superior. But
yeah, but
it's pretty fascinating to watch because he would he did absolutely nothing, or what he was wearing Infinity on himself for the conviction, and he would just be teleporting everywhere. And the Merc is constantly shooting, so he'd just be like teleporting and just pew, 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 pew. All of these arrows are shooting off, just decimating stuff. Looked like a pretty fun build. Not very involved, though, because you frankly are reduced to pure teleport and just teleporting through everything.
Well,
I mean, somewhat akin to the Holy Fire or Holy Freeze or Tesladin just walking through normal, doing nothing but watch things die.
doesn't sound very fun.
Yeah, it gets old quick.
No, I'm talking about actually using the demon machine on my character and firing the bow.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely more involved.
Yeah, if you ever build an enchant sorceress, the demon machine is the superior choice. It has 66% pierce, whereas the Kuko only has 50% pierce, and you can cap out the pierce, which is the most important thing for your damage. It's not about how fast you fire, it's about making sure you're piercing the maximum number of times to apply your damage the most number of times to the most number of targets. And with only Razor Tail, you can get to 99% pierce, whereas you can't get as high with Kuko with only one item. So having 99% pierce is a pretty big deal for an enchant sorc that's trying to multiply out all her damage as much as humanly possible.
Yep. Oh, and
on top of that, if you don't
you
feel
can't
like using...
equip a demon machine on a merc, right?
No.
The bow girl can't do it.
No,
she has to have bows.
The mercenaries
right?
can't use that. But there's no reason to put a Kuko on the merc either. Like the new merc has exploding arrow, and the exploding arrow effect on the bow doesn't work on the mercs. It never has.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so it was really he was using it for the pierce and the plus skills. That's really why he used that.
Well, the plus skills would affect the merc. I mean, it's like +6 to immolation arrow, but of course she doesn't have immolation arrow. But it's only, what, +3? He could have gotten better plus skills from something else. Like a silence bow, or like in an Amazon only base would have been like +5. There's a couple different choices.
Yeah, you're good. You're right. Maybe he was talking about that as the budget version. Because, yeah, it seems like you throw a Faith on, it's going to be better. Because they already have the exploding arrow.
I mean, there's a lot of choices for...
Faith is going to give fanaticism.
There's a lot of choices for bow girls. Now with the Amazon only bows, he could put a Lycander's aim on her. The pierce is important though to get the most out of the exploding arrow, and there's a lot of bows that have high pierce. The new mist bow probably would be one of the best choices in a +3 because it has the skills, and it also has 100% pierce, which is going to way outclass the Kuko.
Yeah.
That was the fastest rush I've had in a long time.
Oh yeah. Dark is good, man.
Yeah, if any of you guys are actually considering utilizing a Act 1 Rogue Merc, seriously, remember that both Exploding Arrow and Freezing Arrow have a multiplication effect, which occurs when they have high piercing. So the ability to pierce multiplies their damage. So not putting a piercing bow on them is like a waste. You want the bow that they have to have some kind of natural piercing effect, or to also perhaps have another item on them that has pierce. That new rune word has 33% pierce on it, which helps out a ton. Getting their pierce as high as possible increases their damage in groups. Now, granted, when they're firing at a single target, it does nothing. But, I mean, most of the time, they're firing at groups, so... Yes, well, not technically a regular attack, but technically a regular attack. With the Demon Machine, you're utilizing the Exploding Arrow. So the Exploding Arrow is a base attack modifier. So any regular attack that I fire out of that bow turns into an Exploding Arrow, which then also multiplies the damage through Enchant and all the other probably fire damage charms I'll be running. I'll probably be running a whole bunch of fire damage charms. Oops. Who doesn't like a little bit of frozen cow, Kyle? Hey, what's up, man? I can't read your name, but hello there. Look like your name is written in Russian. I can recognize the characters at least. I got about that much skill.
Oh, want to drop a portal for me? I don't have the waypoint.
There's no waypoint. It's right at, walk outside the door.
Oh, is it literally outside the door?
Literally
Oh,
outside the door.
So that name, I think, is Russian.
Yeah. I thought I could recognize it's Russian.
Oh,
Okay,
Google's
so-
detecting it as Tajik,
Tajik? What is that?
and it's saying its English translation is Michael Azazkovich. Michael Azazkovich.
Can Thunder Charms drop in non-ladder? As far as I know, the answer to that question is no. You're gonna have to join us in ladder, my friends. Is it really so terrible to join us in ladder? Some people are so adverse to ladder. I don't understand.
It's the worst.
Is ladder really cancer? I mean, you get to keep your character. I mean, after ladder's over, you get to keep your character. It's not like they take your character away.
I'd say the biggest argument against it is just the character limitation. That's really the only thing.
I don't like the character limitation. I'll say that much. I wish they'd give us some more character slots.
Yeah, I've had to buy a second account for more character slots. Because I wasn't happy with the limitation.
Yeah. I did that just to stash away some non-ladder stuff, but it really is a pain.
You know what it reminds me of?
Switch the account.
It reminds me of the Simpsons episode where they find out Krusty the Krab is broke. And the reason why Krusty the Krab is broke is because he would buy a house, live in it until it was completely ruined, and then instead of cleaning it or fixing it up or anything, he would just buy another house. And he had like he had like 30 or 40 houses or something, and he was like completely broke because he just kept spending money on new houses. Like we can't like expand our house or anything, so we just gotta buy a new house. Yeah, Krusty the Clown, that's right. Sorry, I don't know if I said it wrong. Krusty the Krab sounds pretty cool too, though.
I mean, you said Krusty the Krab, made me think of SpongeBob.
That's right. Well, that's probably what two wires crossed in my brain at that particular moment.
But yeah, as far as character slots, I think 40 would be a really good number. So I feel like they really only shorted us by half. But 40 is really good for just stashing extra.
Well,
like I said, non-ladder. If you really want to get into like a dueling end game, you know, and stash some cool stuff.
I think first off, one thing we gotta remember is that we already have more character slots than we did in Diablo 2. So Diablo 2 literally was way less character slots. And it wasn't until like one of the later patches that they upped the character slots. I think it was to 16 at one point. I can't remember what patch that was in, but it used to be 8.
No, it went to 12.
12. It wasn't very much. I do
not at
remember
all.
that. It was not very much in the beginning, and they upped it, and and then they upped it again. And so it's technically upped for us as well, because 20 is higher than it was in Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction. So at least they gave us more than we had in LOD, because that would have been terrible.
Yeah, I thought though it was 8 or 12 per game mode though. So you could have up to 8 or 12 in softcore ladder, as well as 8 or 12 in hardcore ladder, etc. Or is that not right? Was it across?
Yeah, that's not right.
different modes?
It was cross servers that you could have multiple characters.
Yeah,
That was it.
regions. You had different
you had
character
East and
slots
West.
for each region.
And that was your character slots.
So if you made your characters on US
Okay.
West, because I remember this happening quite a few times, where literally the US East would go down, and all the US East players would go to US West, but they would all have level 1 characters because they didn't have any characters on US West.
Gotcha.
Hey,
Okay.
Ginger, I got a question. What is the use of a nearly perfect 6-socketed Hydra?
Hydra bow?
Yeah. It's 14 ED
Used to be used-
attack rating. and
Used to be
it's
used for silence. Ever since they changed the mercs, it might not be the best item, but it's silence. A 6-socket perfect Hydra bow would be silence.
Yeah, I found it. I was like, I don't even want to get rid of it. It's so close. It's literally
You could also
1 ED and 1 attack rating away from perfect.
you could also put you could also put Breath of the Dying in there, but it's blasphemous, wasting a Zod in an item that doesn't have durability. People do that though.
I mean, I kind of want to
Terrible.
test the bow out, to be
Terrible.
honest. But I don't ever make bosons. Not physical bosons, anyway.
Silence would be for like a elemental boson. It wouldn't be for a physical boson anyway. They don't drop until ladder starts, Onyx. What is the pass for my game? It's always 16. Oh, God, I'm yawning. Always 16, Hyperion. It's always 16. Unless I want to keep you guys out.
Yep.
I say that all the
Unless
time.
there's trolley stuff happening. 16.
If my password is not 16, and you figure out what it is, then you're not supposed to be in there, sir.
Oh man, I was like, we were doing the bail runs and somebody snatched my praise to the god CTA. They dropped theirs, and I didn't care about the roll, but my base was like perfect. It was an ethereal, superior 15 ED 3 attack rating. I was like, oh, I lost my base. No.
My base, my juicy, juicy base. My base is on fire. Y'all ever seen my my ridiculously sexy looking armor that I found?
I can't.
Frickin' armor is just like, it's so blingin'. I love it. It is not good stats, but it's so blingin' looking. I mean, look at it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Let's get in the light so it shines. Oh yeah, look at my some freaking blings. If you guys are
That
wondering,
helmet really does it good.
if you guys are wondering what this is, it's the Saintly modifier, so which is defense based on character level. Any armor that obtains the Saintly modifier gets this effect, and it just looks freaking white as I don't even know. It's not even like rice white. It's like blinding white. Like literally it seems to glow internally from a. I don't even know. It looks beautiful on the character light screen too. And it's on every single character. Like, it looks cool on every character. Like, anybody that puts it on. Like, come over here, Druid, and de-transform and put this on and show us your glory. It looks really good on assassins. Assassins have a black kind of like a border or outline or whatever on their armor, and when they put it on, it changes like the look of it entirely, because then like they have parts of it that are like blindingly white, and then it also looks has the black outline on it, and it just looks freaking awesome.
Not here.
How much shiny gold is it worth? Not enough. You ain't got enough gold to buy my plate. I'm the one selling it. 100 million gold. How about that? 100 million gold. If you want it. You ain't got the money. You ain't got the doll hairs. I'm sorry. You ain't got the doll hairs.
Come on, birdie. Land. So we can poke you.
Yeah, it seems like bows and people can throw like spears and stuff should be able to hit those guys even when they're flying.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
Beetalises. What's up, Beetalises? Come on, Mr. Beetles. I have a shiny sword. Come on, Mr. Beetles, and get stabbed in the eye, Mr. Beetles. I don't like you. Find Tyrael out here, and he's setting really big beetle traps. He's got like beetle motels. The beetles go in, but they don't come out.
Yeah. I think it's too bad they didn't listen, or maybe that's going to be one of the surprises. If they did like the one of the mini Ubers gets randomly spawned in the tear zones. So it's like the final mini boss of the zone.
It'd be kind of cool if they held back some info for the ladder start date.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to not tell us everything.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a good surprise.
Yeah.
Not if it's a bad
I think
surprise.
they are. I think they're holding stuff back. Just don't know what it is.
Well,
But that's the intent.
I mean, if they're holding back new rune words, they certainly haven't told us about those. Who keeps leaving all the rare gauntlets on the ground? You guys are insane.
Character's so horribly equipped, he's running Saunders.
Well, these I just found might be better than Saunders. What's your character's name?
That's a great question. What did I call this guy?
Pally Pal?
Pally Pal. Yeah.
Here, take these gauntlets. They might be better than Sanders.
Where are they?
Bitter,
Am I blind?
bitter clutches.
Must be blind. Oh, there they are. Yeah, they're actually has some resists.
What build are you?
Terrible one right now. So I think it's a Holy Shock. I was just messing around with.
Oh, nice. Do you want a lightsaber?
Sure.
It really needs a crescent moon. We got an Umrune laying around.
Where's the lightsaber? Am I blind again?
That's by the
If
stash.
somebody has a pole rune, I have a pole rune. We can up it to an rune.
Okay, I'll grab it by the stash.
I have Koz, a Foul, a Mal. I've got a Lembrune. We could make him a Treachery.
It's on the ground.
This is the junk I'm carrying. Lidless eyes and stuff.
There's the Inferno Strides. Oh, there's a Kira's Guardian. You want a Kira's Guardian?
If you're gonna stay
Oh, yeah.
like a melee character, I think I have some laying of hands.
I'm totally not sure what I'm doing with this paladin at the moment. I just didn't want to do another hammer swinger.
Look at all the items on the ground. Yeah, Act 1 mercs can use Zonbos now, correct?
Blade. Like I got a set of Infernos already. Thank you though.
On a magic school bus.
Such a great show. Jaws Maine. Holy jeez.
Oh, and here's a druid torch on the ground.
Nice.
It's not too bad of a roll. I think it's 17-14.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it was.
Yep, it's a good temp.
Oh, here's a helmet. I don't know if this would be better than what you got on.
And let's see.
Found this earlier. It's Eagle Visage Circlet. It's got a +2 pally skills with a bunch of freaking attack rating on it.
Yeah, I got a lore on right now.
Oh yeah, probably beat that.
Yeah. +2 skills certainly does, yeah.
There's a Moser's Blessed Circle too. Those are great for resists. Could throw 2 diamonds in it.
Here's a Annie.
Oh, jeez.
Mrs.
see my
Frizzle? Who's
stash.
Mrs. Frizzle?
School bus?
And a Ravenfrost.
I'll blow up my rings. A couple of yellow rings of nothingness.
Did they fix William Defoe's face? Of course they didn't fix William Defoe's face. What are you talking about?
Actually, here's a angelic amulet and angelic ring. That'll give you some good attack rating. That with the Ravenfrost. It's a good starter.
Did I miss the Ravenfrost, or is it still on the ground?
Do you have any helmet?
Oh, someone probably snagged it. Here. Here's another one. This is
Oh,
great.
thanks.
I have like
Appreciate it.
4 extra. Been looking for people that need them.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Veet. I guess my voice sounds good, huh?
Yeah.
I think he's flirting with you.
Yeah. That's good. I brought a brand new mic actually recently. Been trying it out.
I actually
Nothing
hope
crazy
mine
or
sounds
anything.
good.
It's like a Yeti blue, I think it is.
Well, Blue Yetis are great.
Yeah. I'm liking it.
One of these days, I'm gonna get a drop from these terror zones.
What are you trying to get?
Anything. Decent item drop.
Anything.
I'm not picky. I just like finding good stuff.
Ooh. Eth lidless. Nice.
Oh, throw that on a Act 3 merch.
Yeah, I've had that kicking around. I don't need it, so
And if
happy
you
to
don't have a
throw
way
it
to
down.
come up, if you don't have a way to come up with the strength for Spirit Shield, that's perfect.
Approach and let's trade.
No snipe. It's not even worth sniping at Annie at this point. I don't really know why I don't know why anybody would actually even do that.
No.
At this point, they're not so rare that like that's even a thing. They'd be like shanking somebody on the street for like $5 in their pocket. Like, was that really worth it?
Oh man.
I actually used to collect 20 and sell for a bar room.
I mean, people want Annies. I've got 12. They're all just middling.
I killed the last clone spawn on my Nova Sorceress that's wearing like 3-piece towels. And
Sparkling chainmail.
Sparking. I always used to call it sparkling too.
Oh, it's sparking.
Yeah.
That's
think
one I've
we've
been
all
saying
been
wrong
there.
forever.
I think I still call it sparkling.
I do.
Well, all of us can't be wrong. Must be the developers.
Oh yeah.
Probably just the font. What's up, Nacho Morphia? I got plenty of videos on game mechanics if you want to learn. Hell difficulty is a little bit difficult, but it usually just involves dual smacking your character or coming up with ways to kill the monsters that are plaguing you. Normal difficulty is like the training area. Nightmare difficulty is probably like, I don't know, college. And hell difficulty is basically like the real world, like where you gotta apply everything you learned in the previous two, and hope you don't end up wildly in debt with with the IRS chasing you.
That's a good analogy.
It's funny when I'm in real. This is in real life, by the way. In real life, when somebody tells me that they don't have a bank account, the first thing I think, like literally the first thing that goes through my mind, is they're in debt somewhere, and they don't want to have a bank account because they don't want their wages to be garnished, or whatever the company is that they owe money to reach into their bank account and take it. So they basically deal like mainly in cash, or you know, it's like the first thing that comes to my mind.
Yeah, I know someone who.
Sam, man.
I don't have a bank account.
Fingers out of it.
Yeah, I knew someone who put a whole bunch of money onto their credit card to shield it from collectors. They had a positive balance on their credit card instead of in their bank account. It was weird that they mentioned it to me at all, to be honest, but...
I mean, I don't really have credit cards myself, but I can certainly see a benefit in them. I mean, like, credit cards will freaking, like, almost completely, like, rule you out of liability, like, in case something bad happens. Like, you... like, if somebody steals your credit card and rings up a bunch of money, like, it's not your responsibility. The credit card company just writes it off, moves on. Somebody steals your debit card, however, and brings up a bunch of money, like, you've lost everything, basically. So they're kind of like a way to protect
like,
you.
Tough.
Yeah, they're like tough noogies. You shouldn't have lost your card.
Yeah, that no liability, no fault stuff is crazy. So I'm assuming there's a portal up already, right?
What about the puzzle? I have a video up on the puzzle inspiration if you want to check it out. I went over everything recently in a little video. Let me post it up there for you. Yeah, that's about 64-75. That's about where people get stuck in hell difficulty. That sounds about right. Usually, in hell difficulty, what you've got to do is you got to slow down. You got to go back to where you're capable of killing things. So find a good area where you can kill things reliably and quickly, and then farm in that area for a relatively long period of time until you can upgrade your equipment and your level high enough to take on a new zone. Hell difficulty is, I hate to say this, but it's more about equipment than it is about, like, skills. Although if you don't have your skills correct, it can also be about skills. But if you've got your skills correct, even then sometimes you will find that hell difficulty is a little bit too difficult. Because you need plus the skill equipment. You need, attack rating. You need good damage on your weapon, whatever it is that your character specifically needs. Even skill-based characters tend to have issues in hell difficulty because they the number of immunes combined with the fact that we have like a lack of plus the skill equipment. My Soul Self-Found Necromancer that I recently did a playthrough on, that was one of the things that I struggled with the most, which is getting enough plus the skill equipment to make him useful in hell difficulty. Changing region, there's a little button next to the play button where you can change your region. You got to do it before you launch the game.
Not here.
That sounds about right. Yeah, I don't think they split up North and South America.
No, they didn't. I'm from South America.
Yeah, I mean he's from South America too, and he was asking how to change regions. So I'm saying I don't think they split up those. So
No, there's only the three:
there's no reason to
America,
switch.
Europe, and Asia.
Freaking enchantment is great too. He just enchants everybody. Like everybody who's with me right now is enchanted, including your mercenaries, your minions. It's just a nice little bump in attack rating and damage. Speeds up the whole group a little bit.
The cloud crack. I can't say it. Cloud crack drop.
Cloud crack.
It's a hard one for me to say.
I had a Theorycraft build on that one actually. If you check out my cloud crack video. The cracking of the clouds.
Still trying to find my Messerschmitt's Reaver, whatever that thing is. I haven't had one drop yet. Want one to drop for me.
I can't carry it.
It's not exactly a super common one.
No, I had it way back in the original Diablo 2 days. And I just want one for the memories. It'll pop at some point. It's not even a relatively good weapon.
Silver edged axe. I mean, it's alright.
Ethereal Edge. Never seen that before either. Well, that chieftain's being left on the ground there. Our portal to the Stony Tomb. Thank you. That one came up.
God, I keep yawning for no reason. I hate it when you get like 10 hours of sleep and you wake up and you're still tired.
Yeah. It's funny. I'm starting to feel that as well. You get all that sleep, but there's still a cost.
Well, you know, it's funny because like there's really weird things about sleep that I've noticed, you know, in my time as an adult. You can get really sleepy, but there's like a line in the sand, and when you cross that line in the sand, it's like your body is just like, okay, well, I guess I'm up now. And like you stop being tired, and you can't go back, can't go to sleep. Like you could literally have stayed up like all night long, like not gone to sleep at all, and then like I guess like the normal time when you're supposed to be at work, your body's just like, well, it's work time, so I guess you're not going to sleep no more. And then you're just like, you're fine. But then like as soon as it gets back around to like the normal time when you're supposed to be sleeping, like you just like die. Like I don't know what secret reserves your body pull from to make that happen, but
Caffeine. Love my coffee.
I only use it when I need it. Tend to avoid it otherwise. I go with the energy drinks instead. Never really liked the taste of coffee.
Yeah, it's certainly an acquired taste, yeah.
I don't even think it smells good.
There's no trouble a mug can't cure.
So many mountains. Hey, I got 2 emeralds. Let's do some crafting, shall we? Got the 2 quantum gemeralds. Yes, gemeralds. To Thalrune. Pink, pink, pink.
Greetings.
Come on, God tier amulet. God tier amulet. I need you. Put it in a bank just for you. That's not a God tier amulet. That's really bad. I'm gonna have to shoot you in the CAD. Ugh. +2 traps. 2 garbage rolls. Oh, yeah.
Not here.
The garbage is assist. Let's do 2 caster amulets real quick too. Why not? Some casters. Do a couple caster ammies and craft them in the cube. We're gonna craft old ammies. Ew, garbage. Man, no luck on the crafts today. Yes, Kubus Abubus. You always look like you're thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Is life that hard? What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about, sir? Come up here so they can see you, so they don't think I'm talking to myself. I mean, you're a dog, so technically I am talking to myself. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What's this? A snoot. That's what that is. A snoot. What are you looking at? You see anything up there looks good? You want to play some Diablo? I'll get you a character. What do you want to be? You want to be a werewolf? You want to be a werewolf? You want to be a, oh God. You want to be a bear? You want to be a werewolf or a bear? Which one? A werewolf or a bear? He's too heavy. That's right. What do you want? No licking everything. I think he's got to go to the bathroom. He usually does this when he wants to do something, wants to go somewhere. When he wants to not be here. Why are you standing up? You're too big already. You barely even fit on the camera. You don't actually. Your butt's hanging off. And your tail's not even on there. Look, your tail's not even on the camera. You look like a cow. You look like you belong in the cow level. You're black and white. You got spots. You look like you belong in the cow level. You're a hell bovine. The Cow King's dog. Alright, come on. Let's get you downstairs. You can go say hello to your mama. It's 6:47 anyway. Come on. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to take Mr. Kubus downstairs.
Declone is at stage 3. Halfway there.
Oh, nice.
Another one?
Yeah, in 12 minutes.
Oh, is one of the streamers doing
Yeah, Dwayne's
BS
doing.
or something?
Yeah, there's 4 to come. This is one of 4.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Nimoy is here. Mr. Nimoy, say hello to everybody. Say hello, Mr. Nimoy.
What noises do they make?
Little squeaks and squonks. Mr. Nimoy said, screw you guys, I'm going in the shirt. That was quick. He said, boy, I ain't got no time for your shenanigans. Ah. Got Esmeralda, the Pally Pal, and Sub-Zero.
Oh, that terrorized noise they decided on is really awesome.
Oh, I love it.
The zone.
Absolutely love it. I have been, like, I've gone in and out, like, several times. I'll just be like, "Ding."
That's awesome.
Then I go back out and come back in. "Ding." It would make a really good ringtone for a phone, I think.
Good call.
Or maybe not a ringtone, but like a text message.
Yeah.
A text message sound. Ooh,
War boots. Nice.
Some Go Riders.
Gore Riders?
199, 199% Gore Riders.
Oh, is that new Pally still on?
Pally,
I'm here,
Pally
yeah.
Pal.
Pally Pal right here.
I just found Laying of Hands too.
Oh, nice. Those would probably be helpful, seeing as I'm smashing things with vengeance right now.
Oh, you're using Vengeance? You need a good weapon for Vengeance.
Yeah, I'm just here for the fun. I'm also running my Holy Shock build, which is terrible at this point.
Oh, well, you should probably be running Zeal.
Yeah, I gotta completely respec this character at some point, but...
Well, Zeal goes better with Holy Shock. Vengeance goes better with Conviction.
Yeah. This guy was just a smattery of messing about. Worked great in Nightmare. Oh man, there's so many things on the ground, they don't all spawn in.
You zoom in, you can see them all easier.
Good call.
Mr. Freeze.
And then we got Sub-Zero as well.
Yep. I'ma freeze them.
If I do go with the ice on, I'm probably going to be making myself an ice ringward at some point. That should be fun.
Yep. That's a journey.
One more tier.
One more tier for what?
Declone.
Oh.
Oh wow, is that close, huh?
Is about to be unleashed. Well, if you guys want to separate out into different games.
I gotta get going pretty quick here, sadly. Got some adulting that has to happen.
Terrible.
I know.
Absolutely terrible. Let's see. I don't think there's a super unique in Stony Field or Rocky Waste. If I'm trying to remember, but I don't think there is a super unique in either one of those. So, doesn't look like Uber Diablo can spawn in that area.
Now this begs the question, can Super Diablo spawn in a terrorized era as a terrorized Super Diablo or Uber Diablo?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
But it doesn't do anything to him.
Good day.
The cap
Oh,
the
okay.
cap on the terrorized zones is level 99 and Uber Diablo is higher level than that.
Here comes the dark gem.
Dark Jam. What?
Yeah, perhaps if you kill a terrorizer Uber clone Diablo, you get a black gem. Maybe.
Oh, I've already killed one.
He killed him
Yeah.
yesterday. Was that yesterday or no? What was it? Thursday.
Which is, perfectly understandable considering I never stopped streaming the entire time.
Yeah, those are some long streams.
Oh, yes. I mean, hey, I'm always there.
That worked for me. I was just working away at home here, and watching and having a great time.
Like, did he just say, I'm in?
It's about to be unleashed.
Chaos Sanctuary.
Chaos.
Oh my
Nice.
god, my dream has come
Chaos.
true.
Wow.
Well, we're about to run some of that.
Does spawn in chaos.
Yeah, he will. He will spawn in
Ooh.
chaos.
Actually, that's a good way for nearly anyone to kill Declone.
Oh, it doesn't work
Actually, I
anymore.
don't know if people have tried this in Resurrected, but
Yeah, it doesn't work anymore.
Seal popping
from
thing?
Seal Pop, yeah.
Apparently somebody tried it, and when the Resurrected launched, it doesn't work.
Oh, it doesn't work anymore? Okay,
Pointing.
never mind.
They patched it.
Oops, so attack 5, not act.
Here we go. This is gonna be a nice zone.
Or River Flame.
You know what's really funny? Is that if they make the Sunder Charms work with mercenaries, the Act 3 mercenary might just edge out over all the other ones. I mean, you gotta think about it. It's very easy to load negative enemy resistance on the mercenaries. Flickering Flame Helmet, Crescent Moon Sword, things like that. You could very easily stack up their negative enemy resistance and then use like the corresponding charm, and they'd be hitting like Mack trucks versus everything. Especially in combination, like in my case, where I'm using Conviction as well.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get a portal?
Coming to steal my Uber Diablo?
Sure.
No.
I'll leave all the loots for you, though. I
Yeah.
don't need it.
I am overburdened.
Yeah. Did you already kill all your Uber Diablos that fast?
Yep.
No, I I was gonna actually go kill him in chaos. I thought that's what everybody was doing.
I usually kill him Pindle, because he's alone.
But it's the terror zone, and you can spawn him in the terror zone, and that's what everybody was just talking about, was spawning him in the terror zone.
Oh yeah.
You guys are weird. Everybody's like, I wonder what it's like if we spawn Uber Diablo in the terror zone. A terror zone literally pops up. Uber Diablo literally pops up, and nobody goes and kills him in the terror zone.
And you can literally spawn Diablo and Uber Diablo.
Uber's in
That takes
Act
too
2?
long. We're curious, but not that curious. Actually, I would have killed mine already, but I forgot a critical item. A source of life tab.
Holy crap. A burr rune.
Very nice.
Glad I didn't send you guys a portal.
Wow.
Wow.
And a unique amulet. What the hell's
All right, you
okay,
prove us wrong.
It's just an Ocasin
should've done
relic.
chaos.
It's just an Ocasin relic.
Yeah. Oh, it is. No way.
Oh, that's some lucky finds.
Alright, let's spawn me some Uber Diablo. You guys can't come down until I kill my Uber Diablo. You're not allowed. You guys are in timeout for not killing your Uber Diablos in Chaos Sanctuary. You guys are in timeout. I don't even have my Dracules on me. I wonder if I can kill him.
Not sure if you're seeing. Are we in the same game as you?
I might have a little bit of trouble killing him. I don't know.
You're 28. The Uber Diablo supposedly spawned in your game on Stony Tomb level 2.
Why?
I don't know.
Is there even a super unique in Stony Tomb?
Yeah, I'm in the same game as you, yeah. Sub-Zero's commenting that he's over there.
So this is weird. If you spawn Uber Diablo, you don't get regular Diablo?
I mean, he can take the place of regular Diablo.
No, I spawned him off one of the waves and clicked all the seals and no Diablo.
Ah.
Interesting.
Like this, it didn't even pop all the dudes in the chaos.
Well,
I don't know. Did you
maybe
kill?
fixing that bug, they made something else weird.
Well, I guess let's go find Uber Diablo since he's not here. He didn't spawn on Grand Vajra of Chaos, so he's not going to spawn. He must be in the Stony Tomb.
11-17-9. Not terrible.
Impossible.
Found a burr rune though, y'all suck. I found a burr rune.
That's an awesome drop.
Yeah, that's amazing. I'm collecting Annihilus to trade for a bird.
I'm definitely not high enough level to Uber Diablo, but I'll go stare at him.
He's inside of Stony Tomb level 2.
Yeah, there's a TP there already.
How are you finding this information out?
Sub-Zero was posting it in the game chat. In the text game chat. And he's already half dead.
Oh, what am I doing? My smite button's not working. How dare that? No smite button.
So there's another Annihilus. Congrats, someone.
Why? It's my Uber Diablo, you thieves.
Oh, small charm's waiting for you.
Yeah, came into my game, steal my Uber Diablo. You're like that one dog that hastily eats all his food and then tries to go steal all the food from all the other dogs. I know you. Think I don't know.
That Uber Diablo thing happened so quick, I didn't even realize what was going on.
It's weird. It's not really a very good Annie. It's an 11 attribute, but it's perfect on the resistances. It's 20 all res, and it's only 5% experience gain.
Not here.
Chuck it in the drawer with all the other ones.
Yes, exactly.
Well, we have 3 more to go. 1 each hour.
It's like that scene from the Loki series.
Mr. Nee, did you turn into magma yet? Are you coming back out? Chinchillas have this thing they do where they literally just like go inside somewhere, sleep for a while until they're literally like so hot that they can't stand it. And once they've achieved molten magma state, then they come out and they like cool off a little bit. And then once they've cooled off sufficiently, then they go back in and turn back into magma, and they just repeat this over and over again. Like, it's too hot.
Sounds like a human with a hot tub.
And it's really obvious when they're overheated because they have this feature. I want to say feature. They have this feature that involves their ears. So what they do is when they're hot, you can tell that they're hot because they have a biological feature that allows them to shunt blood to their ears, but only when they're hot. And it uses their ears as a giant radiator, basically. And you can clearly see the blood flowing through their ears when their ears are in this mode. So it's like deathly obvious that they're like overheated. Apparently elephants also do the same thing. They use their ears as like radiators. And then they also flap them too, you know, because they have that flapping power.
Yeah, we could fly too, right?
Only Dumbo. Only Dumbo.
So sorry, someone mentioned they had those laying of hands gloves. Are those still available?
Yes, sir.
Do I need to come to your game, or are you in the Terror 28 game?
Yeah, I'm not in that game. I'm gonna post my game name in the kinship ladder chat.
Can't carry anymore.
The kinship chat. Okay.
Need to clip out that burr rune find. That was a burr rune in a terror zone.
It's freaking awesome. Alright, I'm coming to that game now.
I'm definitely feeling the burn on this one. Like, these monsters are a lot more difficult to kill than previous. I mean, granted, like when we've got like the optimal setup and conviction running and a Javazon nearby, it's a little bit quicker. But like my character doesn't usually have issues with P8 solo chaos. He does just fine.
Nope. Came to me and I went to you.
It's almost Uber Diablo.
Almost.
Alright, let's
Would
run
have
it.
been cool if they gave him like a different color.
Don't all
Gave
of
him
them?
like purple or something.
Don't they have a different color?
Because he's terrorized.
Oh. I mean, I'm surprised they did the atmospheric effects. That was something that we all commented about. And we were like, it'd be really cool if there was like a, you know, like an atmospheric effect, like it got dark or something, you know, like when you entered the terrorized zone, like, so we could feel terrorized.
Yeah, the Trav looked really cool with the color shift.
Like, I mean, it's a lot. Like, they had a really good idea, but it just like when they showed it to us, it was like so unfinished. Like all the little touches that make something like amazing. Like they didn't really have any of the little touches. 27. Jason needs help with his D-clone. Anybody want to go kill his D-clone in 27?
You can have the
Yeah.
2 items I dropped too.
Okay.
G-Face and the Treachery.
Thanks so much.
He's on 27?
Yeah, he's on
Gonna be
27.
crazy helpful.
Oh my.
If this amulet
We're
was so
coming,
hard to find,
Jason.
I'd give you this too, but this amulet is so hard to find. Nice little metal grid. Here you go. You can have it.
Jesus, man. That thing's nuts.
Yeah, just lots of attack rating.
Yeah. That's gonna make
They
a huge
fixed
difference.
the metal grid. You can summon an Iron Golem now, and it follows you through games.
I know.
Yeah, I just saw your video on that recently. I was like, wow, that's a really cool amulet now.
Mr. Nee. What are you sniffing me for like I got chips? I ain't got chips.
He wants his Doritos.
I ain't ever seen like some crazy stuff that like rodents do, like squirrels in particular. They're like, they get so greedy and so jealous of the other animals that like they literally like, if you watch them carefully, like one animal will get something
Theory.
and the other animal won't. He'll go over and smell the other animal's mouth and be like, "Bitch, you got Doritos and I ain't got none? I smelled them Doritos on your breath." Can you imagine if another human walked up to another human and just like sniffed their mouth and was like, "You had Taco Bell and you didn't give me none?"
Oh, it's like when someone was barbecuing steaks yesterday. I was so jealous.
Yes. Even if I did have chips, what are you gonna do? You gonna steal them from me? 'Cause you're a thief? One thing I've never gotten over with the chinchillas is they don't seem to understand the concept of like giving something to somebody. Like they don't seem to understand that concept. Like no matter how long I have them, no matter how long they've been like in my family, so to speak, like, and I give them treats on a regular basis, they always take the treat and run away with it like I'm gonna steal it from them. Like they stole it from me and they're trying to make sure I don't steal it back. I'm giving this to you. And they're like, "What? Steal? Run away? You best not touch it. This is my treat."
Ooh. That was fast.
Not even death.
Oh jeez. I'm naked on Diablo. No.
You're naked? Why are you naked?
Yeah, I died.
Don't be naked.
Punch him to death. Do it.
If you want to go in the shirt, go in the shirt. Nobody said you can't go in the shirt. Why you gotta cry about it? He literally tried to dig to get in the shirt, and then when it didn't work, he just started like making a fuss, like crying and like pouting. And I know you guys can't hear it, but it's like, it sounds like it literally just sounds like a little tiny little thing yelling at you. And he's right next
That's
to my
so
ear,
funny.
so I can hear it, but you guys can't because it's too low pitched. But or high pitched actually would be the better term.
Yeah, we could hear your dog when he was making some grumbles.
Oh yeah, he's a pig. I'm pretty sure he actually is a pig. I don't think he's a dog. Royal Shield on 25 res, yeah. Stone Thirst. Oh, you killed Stone Thirst to jag it off the thing. Somebody needs to get the scorpion move and suck him in. Get over here. What other useful mods can show up on Skiller GCs? Anything that is a suffix, not a prefix. So, like, for instance, the lion branded, which is on my charm, is the prefix. So anything that is a prefix cannot show up. But anything that is a suffix can. Suffixes are things like of balance or of inertia, things like that. So what you're looking for is a grand charm that has, you know, whatever your particular one is. And then of the modifier that you're looking for. So, like, a really nice, like, combat skiller with of inertia is actually really good because you get the really nice faster recovery with it. Most people look for the life. That's one of the main ones people look for, but there's other really good ones.
Mana is super useful.
Poor lightning immune monster that just got obliterated because I'm max conviction paladin. I am a max conviction paladin. Come on down and get slapped on the ground. Not only am I a max conviction paladin, by the way, but I also have a plague on my merc, which my merc is dead, I just realized. But he's spamming lower resistance all the time on everything, which is also helpful. So in combination, both of them are bringing down the resistances to like ridiculously low levels.
Yeah, I'm really excited when these charms come out. That's going to be fun.
I'm just going to be really curious at how common they are. That's what I'm. That's the key, and I think what's really going to make them good or not is how common are they. If they're too common, could be really weird. I mean, everybody walking around with those things, like, really quickly. I don't know. I don't want it to be too rare either, though. Yeah.
He didn't last long.
The Medusas. That's one of those shields you might consider putting on for the cold res. It has like 80% cold res on it.
Medusa's gaze.
Yep, lower res shield.
Thought it was Gurk's Sanctuary.
Really low roll on the cold res, unfortunately. Game name is GGM_Terror31 and password 16. We're currently full, but
I'll be leaving after this run. Thanks for the help, guys. So a spot will be open soon.
keep your hands and feet inside the aisle. In the event of a core breach, please tuck your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. What's up, suckers?
Oh, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons.
Oh no, he's hitting all the wrong buttons. Look at all these beautiful champion Venom Lords. Ah, the wonderful champions. Diablo Cone always spawns on the first super unique monster that you encounter, Rev. If you're in the middle of Bale Waves, then he's going to take the place of one of the Bale Waves. That is how Uber Diablo's spawning mechanic works. Everybody always comes in and they're like, I found Uber Diablo exactly here, and this is where he spawned, and he spawns there every time. And I'm like, that's not how Uber Diablo works. He spawns wherever. He spawns at the first super unique monster you find. He will surprise you too, like if you're not paying attention. So the other day I was fighting the council in Travancore and he freaking spawned in the middle of the council. I was fighting the council and Uber Diablo.
The Uber Council.
Yeah, the Uber Council and Uber Diablo. I mean, I still killed him, don't get me wrong, but... little punk ass. Thinks he's so cute. These Uber Chaos runs are actually pretty cool. I mean, granted, we're like in optimal setups here, but it's fun knowing all the monsters are actually giving you EXP. I'm pretty sure I've gone
I might
up.
actually have to put a Dwarf Star on.
For what?
Solo. Infector.
Vector's nasty.
Oh yeah, and I gave up my fire charm, so I'm not even at max fire res right now. So
The bar is moving, Game Jinx. I might be able to hit 99 before the 6th.
Have to make that push.
Honestly, with the terror zones up, I think it's possible. I'm actually seeing progress on the bar, like after, you know, a short period of time. I mean, granted, it's not like I've gotten like a huge amount, but I've gotten at least one bar since I started, and I've only been online for like 4 hours. Before, to get one bar was like a hell of a lot more than 4 hours.
That's crazy. That's good if the terror zones are fixing that grind.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily any faster, like, as far as, like, total EXP gain from, like, the monsters that you're actually supposed to be fighting at this level. What it does, though, is it does offer me a large variety of monsters that I can kill, so that I actually can, like, just have fun playing a zone instead of trying to, like, get somebody to feed me Diablos or Neolithax or whatever.
Yeah, I've watched some of the videos from some other streamers and YouTubers, and that just doesn't look excitingly fun.
No.
Well, thanks for all the stuff, guys, and the runs. That was fun. Most fun I've had with Diablo in a while, so thanks so much.
Well, you're welcome back with us anytime.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the ladder Season 2 when that gets kicked off. That's going to be great.
Try and be there for at least the first day. That's when everything is going to be the most fun.
Excellent. Have a good night, guys.
Yeah.
See you.
Oh, what's up, Rot Call the Howler? You look nasty. Man, he's unbreakably fire and lightning immune. That's some crap.
Yeah, there you go. Speaking of variety,
What about variety?
oh, variety while leveling.
Apex Waffle Warrior. That's quite a name you got there, Waffle Warrior. Beveridge, it's not Beveridge Keep. That's the, oh no, it is Beveridge Keep. My first instinct was correct. You said you needed some fire res. There you go, 75% fire res. The hell did they spawn out here for? That was weird. Honestly, I'm glad they ruined the whole Diablo feeding thing. That was so ridiculous, it wasn't even funny. Just the very idea that you would need an entire group of people feeding you Diablo bales of Neolithax, like, is already just, like, the worst idea ever. Let me just make 32 people my slaves so that I can get to level 99. Oh, they're not technically my slaves because they volunteered. They were voluntold.
Actually, I think those would be slaves. Got the better end of the deal.
I don't know.
Looked way more fun to actually clear chaos than it did watch them go through those menus.
I mean, I think they got to keep the loot too, which is, I think it's part of the deal.
Yeah.
But they didn't get to kill any Diablos. They didn't get to kill any Bales. They didn't get to kill. That's like half the fun when you're farming like Chaos Sanctuary is killing Diablo. And seeing what he drops. Yeah, it's interesting too. Like, you wouldn't have
It's
to.
definitely not playing the game.
You wouldn't have to wear multiple Sunder Charms if your Merc element matches up with yours. I was actually just thinking about this. We might actually see a change in meta for the Mercs. Because if the charm works on the Merc, then for instance, like if you're a Lightning Sorceress, the Lightning Merc might be the best one. If you're a physical damage character and you're using the Sunder Charm, the physical damage Merc might be the best one. Instead of stacking multiple Sunder Charms, you would just simply get the Merc that matches your element so that the Sunder Charm is also applying to your Mercenary.
Wait, I have to reread that. I thought they said just summons traps. They said mercs?
They didn't say Mercs? I thought they said minions. I had it pasted earlier in chat, and no, it's not on my paste anymore.
Problem is, it's still so tough to be Infinity.
Honestly,
Like,
the Sunder
They don't
Charm,
replace Infinity at all.
unless you're wearing it, the Sunder Charms are better than Infinity.
Does it stack? Right?
Yeah. But it removes the immunity such that things that would have broken the immunity actually are working at full effect now.
Yeah, and then and then you apply the Infinity after the Sunder Charm. Which is just so disgusting.
Well, it's better than Infinity in a couple ways. It will break immunities that Infinity can't. So
Yeah.
that's one thing right off the bat that Infinity has way over Infinity. It also breaks immunities that can't be broken. So there are a lot of monsters in the game, like for instance the Uber minions that are lightning immune and nothing breaks them. Doesn't matter what you have. Like you can literally cast the highest level low resistance and the highest level conviction on them, and they still won't break. It breaks those as well. So,
But the synergy between Infinity and the Sunder Charms, right?
well, basically because the Sunder Charms are applying before everything else, the conviction applies with the Sunder Charm at full strength.
Yeah, it's so disgusting.
I mean, the Sunder Charm is undoubtedly stronger than Infinity. You don't even honestly need Infinity with it, but Infinity is definitely going to help. But you could totally build your character without it.
Yeah, that's true.
If you have the right amount of negative enemy resistance, it wouldn't even matter. And my bet is that these Sunder Charms are going to be far more easy to obtain than Infinity. I mean, people go a whole ladder and don't find it and don't get themselves an Infinity.
Yep. I was thinking about how good the Fishy Mancer is going to be with the physical damage one.
Oh my god.
The physical damage one with Infinity on a Corpse Explosion Necromancer is going to be absolutely insane.
I mean, yeah, the Corpse Explosion Necromancers can run the fire and the physical together, and just get ridiculous effects.
One, I think they're going to be insane to the level that, I mean, they're just going to hit the ceiling. I mean, at a certain point, whether you have the Sunder Charm and Infinity, and you throw a single javelin and the whole screen dies, or you don't, you throw a single javelin, the whole screen dies.
We had
you've already capped things out.
We had actually theorized that a actual fire necro might be a very interesting thing. A fire Trang necro. If you run the Trang set, you get as much plus the skills as you can get. You got those O skills: the firewall, fireball, and fire meteor, and you get fire mastery as well, combined with the Sunder Charm. And it also would increase your corpse explosion as well. So the Sunder Charm would give you like ridiculous corpse explosion. And then you could even tack on the physical one, so your corpse explosion is even higher. So you like run an army, you get all these amazing little fire spells. You get the Sunder Charms, the 2 Sunder Charms, so your physical and your fire are broken. The physical is breaking the immunity for your minions. Now, the Sunder Fire is breaking the immunity for your fire spells, so you can literally use the fire spells to kill things. And then as soon as something's dead, you just start spamming Corpse Explosion, and nothing can be immune to your fire physical Sunder Charm at Corpse Explosion. It sounds really fun. Could even throw mages in there, I guess. And between lower resistance and amplify damage, you certainly have your bases covered for whether you need the monster to be physically more physically damaged or fire. And I think that's the real reason why I really love the Sunder Charms. I know a lot of people see them as like making the game easier for the classes that already had it easy, but I mean, at least the hammer didn't got the short end of the stick there. But, like, it does something else that I think is more important, is it opens up the door for all the other character builds that people kind of ignored. And, you know, like this ladder I think is probably going to be one of the most diverse ladders out there. I know it's normally always just Sorceress and Paladin, but at least this time we're going to see a lot of cold Sorceresses, probably even a whole lot of fire Sorceresses. Fire Elemental Druids might be pretty big this season because of the Fire Sunder Charms, of course. I think we'll see a lot more Poison characters too. I saw a lot of interest in the Poison Charm.
I actually think me and Squiddy were having a conversation about Nova Necro getting a huge buff because of it too.
Have you seen my my video on the Poison bug though?
No, I have not.
Well, you might want to check that out. Because basically there's a bug in the game with poison damage that essentially every single... so poison damage applies over every single frame, basically. So there's 25 frames in a second, and basically if your skill lasts for, say, like 4 seconds, that's 100 frames. If you have your monsters attacking, like say you have an army and your army is attacking and they consume all 25 frames in a second, your poison damage does no damage during that duration, during those frames. And every single frame that's consumed by any attack from anything, it's just negating your poison damage entirely. It actually is so bad that, like in the testing that we did, which I thought the video's up there if you want to take a look at it. In the testing we did, it basically was a full army with the Necro was way slower than the Necro by himself, just using the poison spells. Because the army was literally negating all of the poison damage the Necromancer was dealing out. And it was just the army killing the boss, basically. The only advice I can give anybody who's looking to build a poison damage character is you want to make sure that the monster is getting hit by the least number of things possible. Like a golem in your Merc is probably like the most you want hitting a monster.
Yeah, I was actually just about to say that. I'm like, is it just... do they just stack like Iron Golem now? Like hard stack Iron Golem?
What do you mean?
Like build it out, make it a beefy Iron Golem instead of like having a couple points in Clay Golem or a couple points in Iron Golem to do the insight trick with. Like now they just build out a crazy good Iron Golem that just doesn't die ever.
You can't really build a good Iron Golem with the skill itself, but if you beef up Golem Mastery instead of the Golem, it brings up his life like insanely. That's what people do with the Iron Golem normally, is they max out Golem Mastery to get the really, really high HP. Hard points in Iron Golem will help him, of course, but it's nowhere near as good as the... it's nowhere near as good as putting points into Golem Mastery. Definitely max Golem Mastery first, and then max... I think you might even want to do Blood Golem after Iron Golem.
I'm running Blood Golem.
Because the Blood Golem increases the life of the Iron Golem.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Because I was definitely intrigued at the Poison Necro capabilities.
I mean, he's strong. And if you do go with an army, you just got to remember that the army is superseding your poison damage. So at that point, you might as well just use something along the lines of like amplify damage to beef up the army instead of lower resistance to beef up your poison, because it's not going to do anything for the army. It's, I don't know, it's pretty bad. I'm hoping eventually they fix it, because the bug is kind of extremely limiting to the Poison Necromancer, especially a character that depends so heavily on his summons.
I mean, he relied a lot less on his summons than like the Fishymancer does. Like he doesn't really have his summons to do anything other than take damage really away from him because the Poison Necro can do everything.
Yeah, I posted the poison bug video in stream
tank.
chat.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna take a look at that for sure.
The results also I think are in the description if you want to take a look at them. Yeah, they are. So like for instance, the Poison Dagger Necromancer. Well, actually, the Poison Dagger is not really a good one. I did a lot of Amazon testing too, and I even tested the Rabies Druid.
Oh, how was the Rabies Druid?
Rabies is terrible.
I had to ask.
Rabies was really slow.
Yeah, it just doesn't get the same debuffs, the same like negative resist that the Poison Necro gets.
So, well, I'll just do the Poison Dagger. So the army only was 1 minute and 27 seconds to kill Diablo. And me plus the army was 23 seconds. So that's me applying Poison Dagger and also the army teleported on top of him basically. So it took me 23 seconds to kill him with me and the army. With me by myself, it was 19 seconds.
Huh.
So not only did the army not contribute to the speed of killing him, they also slowed me down.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy to think about. Your army is useless in these spots.
Well, and then the worst thing about this is I wasn't using revives. It was just skeletons.
Oh,
so the revives would have added even more, basically, negative to my poison damage. Because every single new monster you add into that is just going to take more of your poison damage away.
Now, how many times did you test that? Because isn't it possible for you to crit poison something?
Oh, I tested it multiple times. It was a pretty long stream. I did things multiple times. If I felt like I messed up, I ran it again. I mean, we did it in multiple different, like, player counts. The poison damage never seemed to do very much damage if the monster was being hit by a whole bunch of targets or skeletons or whatever was going on. Even the summon druid was the same way. Yeah, all poison damage is affected the same way. We tested charms too. We even tested venom. I mean, I imagine that the effect would be lessened to such a degree versus like a giant battlefield where your skeletons are all spread out over the entire battlefield. And most monsters are probably only getting hit by 1 to 2 skeletons at any given time. But it definitely has severe drawbacks as the army focuses in on one target and all of the hits are hitting that one target that you're trying to kill with the poison. Interestingly enough, open wounds does stack with poison, and it is not affected by the bug. Yeah, the more I research into poison, the more I realize poison damage is just borked. It has so many little issues with it that really kind of bug me.
Bug me, get it? Bug me.
I think any poison build though, at this point, once figuring out this thing, does better. They're always going to do better by themselves than they are in a group. And the more things they have around them damaging stuff, the less they're going to do. It's just like a negative equation. Ooh, which is something special.
Hey, what's up?
What
Yo.
is up, sir?
Quick question. Word 26 wasn't found yet, right?
Yeah, we never found 26. You got it?
Nah, I think I just continue clicking.
You big tease. I don't know. Let me check the manual, the thing real quick and see if anybody found 26. I'll reload it too, just to be sure.
Today was a good day for me. But yesterday was like 8 hours for nothing.
Oh, man. Well, we have literally only one. There's only one word left, which is 26. So.
The rest is just...
The chances of you getting that one word that we need are pretty slim.
Well... Someone has to get it, right?
I would like to get that word, though, if I'm being perfectly honest, because it does seem to be important. It's at a very interesting spot, and whatever the meaning of that particular word is, it could have a serious outcome on, like, the identity of the person who's telling us the story.
What's it? Yeah, I get what you mean. It's like any word you'd add could be such a different meaning.
Mm-hmm. And we don't know exactly what it is. Right now, we've kind of assumed fate, but we don't know if that's true or not.
What was it? What was the second last? 277 or something like that? Yeah. Was like, yeah, I got it, but was pretty clear.
I don't think Cain has visions. Cain was just a bookworm, as far as I know. A bookworm. The worm of books. You know, it's funny. I don't know if you guys have ever actually found a book with a bookworm that's been through it. It's really funny. Because, you know, like, obviously the book is in pages, and you know how, like, if you open a book and there's, like, damage to the page, it goes through each page. And, like, you know, like, almost like when somebody, like, cuts a hole in a book to, like, store contraband or something, and it looks really cool. Like, it's literally just a hole. It's literally, like, eaten straight through the book. And as you're flipping through, the hole just, you know, like, flexes and moves with the pages. I've got a couple that have bookworm holes in them. Part of my Shadowrun series. I was really big into collecting the Shadowrun books. I read quite a few of them, but I didn't read all of them. And quite a few of the Shadowrun books had bookworm holes in them.
I was never really the book type person.
Oh man, I love books. I've read so many books in my lifetime.
The only series I really read was Percy Jackson and Heroes of Olympus, but...
Dude, I read the Animorph books. That was my first kind of like big series, and I read like every single Animorph book. Consumed them.
Yeah.
Just absolutely consumed them. Oh, sorry, not Goosebumps. Sorry, Goosebumps was first, then Animorphs. And then after Animorphs was the Everworld series, which was a really cool series that revolved around like all the gods. So basically, like the how the story goes in the Everworld series was, the gods like didn't like us anymore. They just gave up on us, all of them. Not just one of them, but all of them. They basically got together and they were like, "Screw this place. We don't like these guys anyway." And so that all the gods came together and they made a new world called Everworld, and they basically just left us, and that's why there's no gods like in our world. And so like these 2 kids or 3 kids, I can't remember how many exactly, basically get transported to Everworld, where they find out very quickly that all of the gods, like literally every single god, is real, and the world is being plagued by this evil god that is apparently eating the other gods, and you come to find out that well, the god is an alien. He's an alien. He's like a bug, like a bug god or whatever, and the bug god is like eternally hungry or something. I can't remember the exact plot line, but the gods can't be killed. Like none of the gods can be killed, but they can be eaten, and they just regenerate back. So the bugs figure out that the gods are essentially an eternal source of food. And so they're capturing them and basically putting them in the swarm, and the swarm is just eating them. And every single time they're eaten, they grow back, and every time they grow back, they get eaten again. And it's
got to wish they were able to die.
It's got to be the craziest plot I've ever heard of in my life. And like all these gods are just stuck in the swarm of alien bugs, just getting eaten and redevoured and growing back, and eaten and redevoured and growing back, like over and over again for eternity.
That sounds like a strange mix of Greek mythology and Alien.
Oh, there's definitely the Greek gods are in there.
This is a kid's book?
Hercules and all that stuff. So, it's the Everworld series, I think, was teen. I think it was rated teen. It was, like I said, it was after Animorphs. So I had already read all the Goosebump books, all the Animorph books, and quite a few other, like, cheesy horror books at that point, too. Anything that was even, like, Goosebump-like.
That's a lot of books. I mean, they're pretty short books, but there's hundreds. I think Animorphs, what was it? It was like 250 or something.
Oh, there was a lot, and I had all of them.
Books.
So yeah.
Yeah.
And the Animorph books were a lot
close
better.
To 300 by the end.
The Animorph books were really cool. They kind of centered around a like an alien species that came down that could like enter through your ear and take control of you, and another alien species which apparently was trying to fight them. But they were, they had a technology which allowed them to touch, like, a creature. And then in turn, they would basically gain the DNA according to their technology, and then be able to change into that creature. And of course, when they came to Earth, they started turning into the human animals. You can even turn into other people. But the Animorph books all revolve around basically a bunch of kids that find a crashed ship and basically gain the powers of being able to transform, and they slowly start to find out about the aliens, and they start fighting them even without knowing what the hell's going on. What? GGM the all-seeing? Okay. Mr. Neat, why are you having such a crazy time, sir? Are you alright? Are you okay? Are you gonna pee on me? Don't pee on me. Why do you smell like corn chips? Corn chips and beer. Why do you smell like corn chips and beer? Does your chinchilla smell like corn chips and beer?
You had a wild Friday night.
Clean him. Do you know how to clean a chinchilla? Blackwell, do you know how to clean a chinchilla? Do you know the methodology?
I think you said once, isn't it sand?
It is. They can't be washed.
You just put them in sand, they clean themselves.
Do you think
That's
this?
awesome.
But do you think the sand gets rid of the smell?
No.
No, not
don't
really.
know.
Not really. Just makes them fluffy. The sand absorbs the
You'd like
oils. The sand absorbs the
detergent
oils and it
sand.
makes them fluffy. Shadowhead the Slasher. What's up, buddy? Too bad you dead. That's right. You came for the D2, but you stayed for the Chinchilla. Come on down to Chinchilla Town. We got some chinchillas for you. Mr. Nimoy everywhere. Sprinkles all in your hair. Sprinkles refers to the chinchilla turds, I hate to tell you. They're everywhere. I got a little vacuum cleaner, one of them little Roombas. Named him Turdinator. He just runs around the house vacuuming up the little rock hard pellets. That's his job. Although one day he ran over a dog turd, and I'm gonna tell you what, that was a mess. That was a mess. That was not a good day. That was not a good day.
I would have just tossed it out, man. It's like,
You
and you're
kidding
done.
me? It's like
Bye.
$250. I ain't tossing them out. Ooh, nice gloves. 20% IAS with 2 reses. Decent reses too. Boop. I think that's the last one we're gonna be able to sneak in. Yeah, that's it. Alright guys and gals, I'm gonna be spending a family day tomorrow. I did just spend 30 hours streaming the other day, so you know, family day is probably a good good idea. Plus, you know, we haven't spent a family day in a little while. So I'm gonna get some sleep. We're probably gonna get up early, probably go shopping, spend a bunch of money we don't
Get back
have,
into the
you know.
black or even into the green before ladder. That way you got room to get back down into the red.
See, you know. See, you know, you know what I'm... Yeah, exactly. All right, guys and gals, it's been fun. Have a good night. Mr. NiNi, tell him have a good night. Dang, he really talking. Did you hear him? I don't even know.
Oh, yeah. That came through this time.
Wow, that was...
I heard.
He actually said goodbye. All right, see ya.